Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani, and I'm an equity analyst here at ABG, and I will be moderating the first presentation of the day, which will be given by Per-Olof Schrevelius, CFO at Nordic Waterproofing. We will hold a roughly 15 to 20-minute presentation, and the remainder of the time will be allocated for some Q&A. So, Per-Olof, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Adrian. So yes, I'm here to present Nordic Waterproofing, one of the leading providers of waterproofing material in Northern Europe. And let's first take a look at the group at a glance here, where you can see that what we do is we develop, manufacture, and distribute a full range of products and solutions for protection of buildings and constructions. Priority for us is ease of installation, but also energy and environmental optimization of the products. We're about 1,300 employees. We operate in 10 countries in Northern and Northwest Europe. We're listed on Nasdaq since 2016, and our sales last year was about 4.5 billion SEK. And as you can see down here, we have like a house of brands. We operate in 2 segments, products and solutions and installation services. And you can also notice that one of the brands we don't operate under is actually Nordic Waterproofing. That's more the umbrella name for the group. We are very decentralized. We work with local brands on local markets. As we said, we predominantly in the Nordics, where Finland being the largest market with about a third of our turnover, and Sweden being the second. We also have a fairly big operation in Denmark where we operate in franchise companies, where we hold 40% of the shares in these companies. The turnover for that group constellation of companies is about 2 billion SEK, but not consolidated into the group. You can then say that by category, about 50% our sales goes to renovation and 50% goes into new build over a business cycle, with more at the peak of the cycle being new build, and at the bottom of the cycle more being renovation. And then last year, about 70% of our sales were products and solutions, 30% went into installation services. And on the map to the right here, you can see our geographical presence, where we have our different sites. Looking a bit at our history, we go way back in time, actually. Our first brand goes back to 1889, being Trebolit, and Mataki followed shortly after that in 1904, and then the brand continued. So there's a long history of the different operations in the group. Up until 2011, when the modern, so to say, Nordic Waterproofing Group was formed with the acquisition by Axel of Trelleborg Waterproofing Division and Lemminkainen in Finland. Then the followed 5 years where we were under the management of Axel, and then the group was IPO'd in 2016. And since then, we've done several acquisitions and actually added 2 business segments to the traditional waterproofing activities of the group. One being building elements with the Tåsinge Group, building walls and roofs in wood in factories and then assembling them at site. And then Vegtech being green urban infrastructure. That's mainly located in Sweden, where we have the grow areas. So in this period, we've done 22 acquisitions since the IPO. It's well worth mentioning these are 100% self-funded. We never asked our owners for money, so to say. We actually, on the other hand, given 50% of net result as dividend, or a bit more even over these years. Our sales is 1.5 times higher than it was when we IPO'd. We have a CAGR of close to 14% in this period, and the organic growth is a bit more than 4% in the same period, which reflects what we typically say, that we grow with GDP, and then we try to take market share a little bit on top of that, and I think that number reflects that well. Looking at the graph here, it's also worth just noticing that the profit level is fairly stable over time. It goes, of course, a little bit up and down, but there are no red numbers as well. We never lost money. We have a fairly stable profitability in the business cycle. Of course, better at the peak and a little bit lower at the bottom of the business cycle. Furthermore, our strategic focus areas, I mean, we say we base it on 3 pillars, so to say. We have a clear sustainability focus within building products. I mean, our products are long-lasting, protecting buildings for a period of more than 50 years. We also look into forward integration within the value chain to move closer to the customer whenever that's feasible and when we can. And we, of course, look also into continued product portfolio expansion, when we can add more products and sell more products and more services to our existing customers. And mergers and acquisition is an integrated part across all these areas for us. We will say that we have a strong position in an attractive market to be, with some favorable characteristics. And one is there is some natural barriers to entry into our markets. I would say that our products typically that don't travel very well a long distance, which means we don't compete with manufacturing from China or other low-cost countries far away. And we have local production capacity. We actually, if you look at our bitumen products, we don't even, I would say, basically not compete with manufacturers from Southern Europe. That's too far away to distribute the product. So we have an efficient logistics setup for our customers so basically they can order the products they need the day before and have them the day after on the roof, ready to install them. As you saw before, we have some very well-established brands, well-recognized, and branding is an important part of our fundamental structure here, to be local. We have a good distribution network on all the relevant markets, and we offer full service to our customers, not only our own products, but the one-stop shop concept is basically implemented for roofers, so they can order whatever they need on the roof. We can provide with them, even if we don't manufacture it ourselves. So there are a couple of entry barriers. Furthermore, transportation cost. I mean, with transportation cost increasing, that's from that perspective been favorable for us. There is also a long local building tradition on all markets, where products tend to be specific and the local regulations tend to be a little bit different also between the Nordic countries here and with local building standards. If we look at the markets where we are predominantly present, it's mainly the Nordics, but also a bit in Benelux, UK, and Poland, where we say it's fairly predictable market dynamics. We follow quite well the normal building industry. And you could also say that our products are critical. If your roof is leaking, I mean, whether it's good or bad times, you tend to fix it. You don't wait 2 years for the times to be better and let the roof leak meanwhile. Another strong point, I would say, is that we have a very fragmented customer base. We don't have one single large customer or a few single large customers that we're dependent on. It's very fragmented. So conclusion is we think it's a favorable market to be in for us. Looking it further into the group, and then we have our two segments. We have the products and solutions, and we have the installation services. And products and solution, it is basically what it says. It's products, it's waterproofing material, membranes based on either bitumen or EPDM. It's also prefabricated roof and facade elements made in wood. And it's our green infrastructure business. And then, as you can say, it's a variety of brands there. Last year, we had a turnover of 3.3 billion SEK with an EBIT margin of 9.2%. We had a decrease from the year before, mainly coming from the later two segments, the prefabricated roof facade elements and the EPDM membranes. And 740 employees in this area. In the installation services, we offer installation of a variety of products. I mean, of course, our own waterproofing material being made of bitumen, but also the prefabricated elements. We have a company doing flooring on cruise ships and industries. It's installation of green infrastructure. We have a company in Finland doing metallic facades and eaves. We do solar panel installations in Finland. We have a minority interest in a company in Denmark for that. We do roof maintenance and so forth here. Last year, we had a turnover here of a bit more than 1.3 billion SEK at a lower margin, 2.9%. That was It was lower than the year before and lower than our internal target is for this area. And if you look at the graphs here with the distribution of net sales and operating profit between the two segments, you can see that the products and solution is more profitable. And it is so over time as well, but it's worth noting that when we look at return on capital employed here, it's a lot more capital intensive within products and solution than in installation services. So looking at ROCE, the outcome over a business cycle is pretty similar for the two segments here. Taking a bit deeper dive into the products and solutions area, you can see that we have four different segments within here. One being the bitumen-based waterproofing membranes, where we're predominantly active in. We have factories in Denmark, Sweden, and Finland, and we also sell in Norway. And it's about, as you can see on the graph, roughly 60% of the turnover in this area. We have the EPDM-based. EPDM is a synthetic rubber membrane that we manufacture in Sweden, but it travels better, so we basically sell it all over Europe, and also, as you can see on the flags here, we sell it to the Middle East and we sell it to US as well. And not to a large extent, but we're there. And then you have the wooden prefabricated elements, where we are active in Denmark, Norway, and Finland. And it's also about 15% of the turnover in this segment. And then finally, the green infrastructure business, where the main land areas where we grow is in Sweden, but we also have in Denmark and Norway some local production. Finally, we actually also acquired a company in Finland not too long ago, 2 years ago here, where we also have some land where we grow. Yes, looking into installation services a bit, and this is more for us to get our products out to the market to be closer to the customers. And what we can also do is that we can bundle together different products that we have and supply to the customers. So if they need to say upgrade, maintain the waterproofing membrane on the roof, and they want furthermore a part of that to be green and some solar panel installation. Like in Finland, we can do all of that and give guarantees to the customer as a whole, so they don't need to work with different suppliers for this. We do work, as you see, a little bit different in the different countries here. In Finland, we own the companies ourselves. We have basically fully owned in most of these companies. In Denmark, as I mentioned, we have a franchise concept where we own 40%, and then we have a strong local entrepreneur owning or may possibly two, owning the rest of the 60%, and they run the company. And we support them in different ways, which has proven in Denmark to be a very good setup. In Norway, we have a big partner, a company we acquired 3 years ago now. That's been the start for us to start up installation services in Norway. We had some challenges in the operations and management changes in that company, so we've been a little bit holding back further expansion in Norway, but could be assumed that when we feel confident and we have a good operation running there, we would like to further step into the Norwegian market. And in Sweden, we have a few companies where we are the majority owner, but we also have a company where we have a minority stake. So we're looking at expanding further into the later two markets over time here to come closer to our customers. Talk a little bit furthermore about our acquisition strategy. It is, as I said before, we're looking at if we can find sustainable solution for products, for buildings and constructions. We like to expand further into that. We also look into further in coming closer to our customer, if we can forward integrate our value chain. And also if there are products where we can add that makes sense into our portfolio, we're looking into that. I would say that typically when we buy a company, they are well known to us. We do have a relation with them. It might be a situation where there's a generation shift or something like that, where we can come in and play an active part in that. Excuse me. We generally not very active in bid processes. It's typically only us and the seller in the process generally. And also we try to keep the sellers as management in the company. We think that's very good for further developing the company. We will have an earn-out, and they will have a stake in the company where we have an option to acquire the remaining shares in say, 3 to 5 years' time, typically. And that we think has proven to be a good concept for the acquisitions, to have a good start when they come into the group here. A little bit track record. We've done 22 acquisitions since the IPO over time. It's been a bit different in timing, where we did larger acquisitions in 2017 and 2018. And then we had, after the pandemic first year, 2020, we had the activity increased a bit as well, where we did several acquisitions in 21 and 22. 23 was a bit calmer year for different reasons. I think multiples were still too high. We didn't really have any good targets on the list coming up that we concluded on, and let's see how things will look going forward. You can say that in 2020 to 23, we acquired about 850 million in turnover from acquisitions here. Before looking into the numbers for the first quarter, this is a little bit fresh off the press, and I haven't really had the time. I got it actually the day before yesterday. It's Sustainalytics, the analytical company looking at companies on their ESG performance, environmental, social, and governance. So what this says is that they rate us, and they put us at from 0 up to something to 100, I think it is. They rate us at 23.9 as a medium risk with from an environmental and social and governance exposure. But I think what's more important is maybe the distribution. When we look at the peer companies they have in their database, and they have a huge database. They have in our industry, they have about 135 companies worldwide, and we came out number 9 in that, or on the 7th percentile, as they said it. So I think it's more showing that from an environmental perspective, and with Sustainalytics analysis of our company, we come out in a good position, I would say, within, as you see here, within the construction materials industry. A little bit fresh off the press. We'll need to look into it more and understand it exactly, but I just still wanted to just bring it up, saying I think it was interesting, and of course, feel free to reach out to us and ask more questions or look into the details, and we're happy to take a meeting and discuss that further. Taking very quickly about Q1. The headline for our Q1 report was a subdued quarter due to harsh weather and weaker demand in Finland and Norway. And I think the reason is on the picture, basically. It was unusually much snow and colder in most of our markets, and I think we all can imagine how easy it is to do roofing work when you have snow to remove the first thing in the morning when you get out there or take away the ice. So our net sales decreased from 911 million the year before to 804 this year. 1% came from acquisitions, basically no currency effects, and minus 13% on organic development. And I would say basically the organic development is volume. The price factor in that is pretty close to 0. EBITDA decreased from 30 to 17, and operating profit went from minus 11 to minus 21. As I'm sure we come back to in the Q&A session, there was a mandatory bid on us that expired in March, and we had some cost related to that in the first quarter here was 6.4 million SEK. Cash flow, a little bit weaker than the year before, minus 58 last year and minus 83 this year. Q1 and also the second quarter is typically weak cash flow quarters for us. It comes up as significantly better in the third and the fourth quarter. And our net debt improved down to 861 million, and compared to 1,058 the year before. But it's, as I said, it's typically weaker in the first half of the year when we ramp up for the season, so to say. I think I will stop there and just say that, I mean, for more information about our first quarter, I mean, the report is on our webpage. There's a WebEx we held after there that's also recorded, and you can find that on our webpage, or just reach out to me if there are any questions around Q1. And then instead, I let Adrian and anyone ask me some questions here.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for your presentation. And as mentioned, we have time for some Q&A.
Yeah.
You brought it up yourself that there would be a question on the mandatory bid, so I'll start there. obviously, you had Kingspan come in, bid 160 per share, and the board decided to reject or recommend the shareholders to reject that bid. You can't talk too much about that, I understand, but what was, in broad terms, the rationale for deciding to reject the bid, would you say?
Yeah. No, but what the board did was they took advice, as they supposed to do. They took in Bank of America, who made a valuation of the company, and what they did is they evaluate with the different methods. And I think all these methods showed that the bid was what they claimed. It's very digital. It's either fair or unfair, and they claimed that now the bid was unfair based on the projections we have for the coming years and also historic values. So I think that's the short version. No, we engaged Bank of America for the fairness opinion, and that was their recommendation, and the board followed that.
Perfect. And then obviously looking a bit at the market, anyone who has picked up a newspaper will know that the construction market right now is in a fairly big slump. What's your best guess as to sort of where we are in the cycle and when we should expect to see an improving market as well?
Yeah, I think we had a bit of a double whammy from that in the first quarter with both the weather and the market. So it is the million-dollar question, of course, when will it turn around? I think it will take a few more quarters, but I would, and it depends a little bit market by market, I would say, but I would expect to see the first signs of it flattening out and coming up, say, after summer here, on some markets, is my best guess right now.
So if we split it down sort of market by market, where are you experiencing the biggest issues and what's going comparatively well at the moment?
I think if I take, the one sticks out, Sweden is going very well, and if I talk about the bitumen market, holding up very well, both in first quarter and so far I can see in the second quarter. Denmark is holding up well as well, I would say, for that, where it's tougher in Norway and it's tougher in Finland. Looking at our EPDM business, I would say it had a decrease due to competition, new competitors coming in last year. It's flattening out, and so I would say it's stabilized, but on a bit lower level than it was 2 years ago. And then another large sector is our housing industry, the prefab elements and roof, where we see Denmark being better than Norway when it comes to new build.
Perfect. And you showed us sort of the product split breakdown. Bitumen, of course, is still your core business, but it's a smaller share of sales today than it was, say, 5 years ago. Yeah. If we were to sort of zoom out for the coming 5 years, how do you see your product mix evolving over time?
I think it depends on what acquisitions might come in. I would expect out of the different segments you saw that maybe the green infrastructure to be growing a bit better than the other areas, because it's very much right in time, both from environmental perspective, but also it's very nice to have the green urban areas on rooftops or inner yards or where you have it. So, but I would expect bitumen membranes to still be the base for the group in 5 years.
So looking at the acquisition agenda, would you say that you're focusing acquisitions towards the green infrastructure areas, or are you open to doing acquisitions wherever it fits?
I think we're open to do, a bit opportunistic wherever it fits, but it will definitely be nice to add some volume and possibly more markets and products into the green infrastructure. Absolutely.
And you mentioned that, or we saw that 2023 was not a very active year for acquisitions, and you mentioned multiples were sort of still too high among the sellers. Would you say that sellers are lowering their expectations now for what they want to get paid, or is it still a difficult environment to meet on a price there?
No, but I think reality has kicked in, so to say. So I think we see multiples a bit lower, but also now maybe most companies have had a weaker 23, and that also has an impact on the price we have to pay.
And then you mentioned some extra competition coming in the European market on the EPDM side. Could you just outline quickly sort of the market position you have, perhaps in the Nordics and also in continental Europe?
I think if you take, bitumen in the Nordics, we typically, I would say, hold somewhere between 20 and 35% market share, depending on which market it is. EPDM, we are probably the third biggest player in Europe, from what we believe. What's happened there is a Saudi Arabian competitor has come in with really low prices, and it has hit both us and the two biggest suppliers in that market, and they have undercut us with, say, 10 to 15% in price. So that did change the market dynamics during, say, 22 and predominantly 23. But I would believe that we are still the third biggest player in the market, if you look at European mainland.
I understand. And I think we have time for one more question before we have to round off. So, with the sort of weaker market conditions, as you mentioned, for probably a few more quarters at least, what's your action plan in a weaker market environment? How do you deal with sort of lower new build activity? What's your bottom-up plan?
Yeah, to start with, I think the lower new build activity is mainly in residential. I will say most of our products, they go into commercial buildings. It's probably 15% of our products going into residential. So therefore, we're not as much as affected as you could believe. Second is, I mean, we're basically doing cost cutting and adjusting our organizations to the new situation. We're running a program in Finland now, for instance, with an ambition to save quite a significant amount of cost to just right-size the organization for this new situation. So I think we're on our toes and trying to be proactive in that area to adjust our costume to the situation.
Perfect. And with that being said, we've used up our time. So I'd like to thank you for your presentation and for answering all my questions. And again, thank you to all listening in as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Hej allesammans och välkomna till ABG Investor Days. Med oss idag har vi den nytillträdda vdn för B3 Consulting Group, Martin Stenström. Jag heter Nikola Karanowski och kommer att moderera den här presentationen. Tanken är att Martin ska presentera B3 för oss i ungefär 20 minuter. Och därefter kör vi en liten Q&A på 5 minuter. Så med det sagt, Martin, så är det bara att köra på.
Tack så mycket. Ja, som redan sagt då, ska vi se om vi klarar av det här framåt. Nej, var inte det framåt? Ja, sorry. Man har 2 att välja på, var 50-50. Det här är det vi ska gå igenom, lite grann om B3, lite grann om Q1-rapporten som nu är lite gammal, men det är den vi har. Lite om vår struktur i bolaget och lite mål och varför det här skulle kunna vara en bra ställe att investera pengar i. Men lite grann först om mig då, som sagt, nytillträdd, men inte ny. Ny däremot som börs-vd, har jag aldrig varit, så det är första gången jag gör någonting sånt här, vilket är lite kul och spännande. Att man får göra nya saker i min ålder är alltid kul. Men jag har varit i B3 länge, jag har varit här i 6,5 år och jag har varit affärsrådets chef för ett av våra affärsråden då. Så jag känner väl till B3 och nu fick jag då chansen att ta över som koncern-vd, vilket jag tycker är jätteroligt. Och tidigare har jag jobbat i IT-branschen hela mitt liv, till och med innan det hette IT. Och de senaste jobben var att jag var vd på ett bolag som heter Aktier, som man kan säga är mer ett driftbolag. Och innan dess har jag startat något konsultbolag och gjort lite andra saker historiskt. Så det är lite grann om mig. Och jag gör ju nu min 4:e vecka på jobbet. Och lite grann om B3 då. Ja, B3 har ju haft 20 år plus då. Vi firade 20-årsjubileum förra året. Och det har varit en väldigt framgångsrik tid. Vi jobbar med IT och management och gränslandet däremellan. Startade då som sagt var 2003. Idag är vi 800 anställda i Sverige ungefär. Och så är vi 200 plus i Polen. Jag återkommer till Polen sen. Vi har kontor på 9 ställen i Sverige och 2 i Polen. 2023 omsättningen var lite drygt 1,1 miljard och ändå en vinst på 86 miljoner. Vi kommer att prata mer om det. Vi har ju haft väldigt många framgångar genom att vi gillar att tävla. Så vi brukar vara med i olika tävlingar och då får vi en massa fina priser. Och vi har ju blivit utvalda till Sveriges bästa arbetsplats någon gång. Och vi har varit med i lite olika sådana här karriärföretag och så vidare. Och det tycker vi är lite roligt för det är ändå ett bevis på att vi är ett omtyckt arbetsgivare. Och vi har ju varit på börsen då sedan 2016. B3s vision och värderingar då. Vi har en vision och den kan låta lite ambitiös med om man tittar på närtid hur vi har skött oss. Men visionen är att vi ska vara bli det bästa konsultbolaget i Sverige. Både för våra kunder och våra anställda men även för våra ägare. Och i alla fall den senare kanske vi har lite grann att jobba på just nu. Men det är vår vision, det är den vi strävar mot. Våra värderingar som är väldigt, väldigt viktiga för oss. Vi är ett väldigt värderingsstyrt företag. Vi vill ha energi, vår personal har energi, vi vill jobba framåt, vi vill ha en prestationskultur och det tycker jag visar i hela vårt bolag. Erfarenhet då, som är vår andra värdering, är ju att vi har hög kompetens på våra konsulter. Givetvis, vi är ett konsultbolag så vi måste ha hög kompetens, men vi också både blandar sådana med befintlig hög kompetens och sen vill vi att folk ska komma till oss och lära sig och få erfarenhet och utvecklas i sin kompetens. Och så gillar vi också olikheter på alla sorter. Vi är ju ett bolag med väldigt många olika specialistområden. Det är ett sätt att se olikheter. Vi gillar att blanda både kön, erfarenhet, ålder. Vi tycker det är kul när man blandar olikheter helt enkelt. Och det blir också bra för affären. Ja, det här kan man säga, om man ska koka ner någonting vad B3 är så är det den här bilden som visar det. Det här är ändå bild att kultur är väldigt viktig och vår kultur, nu kan man då uppfatta som att vår kultur är bara att vara sportig. Det är inte riktigt sant, men vi har fått en liten profil av det. Men vi gör massa saker för att personalen i alla våra dotterbolag ska känna tillhörighet till B3. Och det här är bland annat de sakerna vi gör. Vi har också allt från rosa elefanter och annat som vi visar upp. Det kan lite barnsligt, men det spelar roll som en symbol för B3 och zebra. Sen det här med där vi har hjärtat då, ENPS 52, det är då en personalenkät. Och det är galet bra. Det låter kanske inte så bra med 52, men det är väldigt, väldigt högt. Det sticker ut otroligt mycket. både i branschen och på alla andra sätt. Så personalen gillar att jobba hos B3 och det är ju bra eftersom det är konsulter vi säljer då. Och vår modell då för framgång. Ja, vi har ändå först entreprenörsdrivet. Vår modell är att man ska kunna komma till oss och driva sitt bolag, antingen själv eller ihop med några kollegor, och få utveckla det bolaget som man vill. Ha den fördelen av att få snabbfotat lite bolag, men ha det stora bolagets fördelar med ramavtal, sammanhang, stödfunktioner. Det kan man säga är hela grundmodulen i hur vi driver bolag då. Och det är både startups men också duktiga ledare som jobbar i befintliga bolag och vill utveckla sina bolag framåt. Vi har ju en väldigt bred servicekatalog. Vi är 25 dotterbolag. Alla de här dotterbolagen har sina specialiteter. Det tycker vi är en styrka. Det gör att vi kan sätta fram specialister inom många olika områden och också kombinera dem till kundens nytta då. Vi gillar att jobba i team och vi gillar då att kombinera team från ett specialistbolag med andra specialistbolag och kan vi då stärka kundernas. Dels hjälper vi kunderna med svåra lösningar och dels tycker vår personal om att jobba i team. Och så det här med kulturen då som vi pratade om tidigare. Det är den stora viktiga grejen. Vi attraherar personal för att man har kulturen. Det är kul att jobba hos oss. Man vill trivas här. AI då. Det hör ni säkert i alla presentationer idag. Alla har någon AI-presentation. Det har vi också. Men för oss är det ju, vi ser ju det här som en möjlighet. Det är naturligtvis både en hot och en möjlighet för ett konsultbolag. Våra konsulter kommer att bli snabbare genom hjälp av AI. Vi kommer att kunna leverera mer värde till våra kunder. Och det kommer vi naturligtvis att se till att göra. Då är vi 25 olika bolag. Så vi kan inte ha en modell för AI. Varje bolag måste hitta sin take på AI. Är man ett systemutvecklingsbolag, då behöver man vissa verktyg. Är man ett managementbolag inom bank, då är det andra verktyg man behöver ha för att bli effektiv i AI. Vi tror framförallt att AI kommer att vara en leverage, alltså någonting som hjälper våra konsulter att bli bättre och snabbare, göra bättre lösningar ut hos kund. Och på det sättet kommer vi vara mer konkurrenskraftiga då. Men nu har alla våra bolag sina AI-strategier, vi gör massa aktiviteter. Jag ska inte påstå att det har börjat ramla in massa AI-projekt, för det har det inte gjort. Men det finns massa business case. Vi är fortfarande early days när det gäller AI, tror jag. Men det är en väldigt viktig del av vår strategi. Ja, vår långa perspektiv. Då kan man ju titta på intäkterna som ju har haft en fin uppåtgående kurva så gott som hela tiden. Vi har ju också haft bra lönsamhet på senare åren med 22 som en topp då och så lite sämre då under 23. Så är det ju, men jag tycker det ändå visar att vi har en inneboende styrka att kunna leverera bra värde. Och vi ser oss ju som ett tillväxtföretag så vi tänker ju fortsätta växa. Ja, Q1 då. Ja, Q1 24 fortsatte ju den svaga trenden som vi hade i 23. Men vi hade en negativ växt. Då ska man komma ihåg att Q1 2023 var ett väldigt starkt kvartal. Så vi jämför med ett väldigt starkt kvartal. Lönsamheten var naturligtvis inte bra nog. Den var på 5. Marknaden är utmanande. Det är fortfarande trögt. Vi har inte sett någon vändning på den svenska marknaden. Men den kommer ju att komma. Det är bara frågan om när. Eftersom vi ska visa lite grann det, eftersom vi är många olika bolag så är det inte så att vi är en marknad. Man kan inte säga liksom att så här är B3s marknad, men man kan diskutera våra olika bolags marknad. En del går fantastiskt bra, en del går fantastiskt dåligt kan man säga. Så det finns hela spannet. Sen har vi ju vårt polska dotterbolag då. Där har de sett en tydlig trend att det har vänt. De hade också trögt förra året, men där har marknaden vänt redan nu. Det har den nu gjort ute i Europa överhuvudtaget. Sen, hur som helst, den stora megatrenden är på vår sida. Det kommer inte, även om det är trögt med efterfrågan nu, så kommer det att ta sig. Det är inte så att IT har blivit omodernt. Digital transformation behöver fortfarande göras. Och AI kommer att skapa mera möjlighet för oss att göra detta. Så vi anpassar oss efter situationen och det ska visa vad vi har gjort. Och så försöker vi komma ut bättre när vi kommer ut i andra ändan då. Ja, det här har vi ju lite grann pratat om då. Det är siffror. Så det kanske vi inte behöver säga så mycket. Jo, jag kan nämna då längst ner här, vi har ju någonting vi kallar Hedgehog då. Det är en kostnadsbesparingsprogram som vi lanserade i Q4 23. Det går bra, ska komma tillbaka till det och visa hur bra det går. Och vi är helt övertygade att vi kommer ur det här starkare än vi var när vi gick in. Ja, mera siffror, och det här har vi också pratat om. Vi kan stanna vid den bilden lite grann. Det är ju, Q1 är ju ingenting vi tyckte var så där himla roligt, men så här såg det ut. Ett ganska dåliga resultat får man väl ärligt att säga. Men om vi då skulle liksom tänka oss tanken, vi har ju sagt då att vi har ju ett delägande i det polska bolaget, vi äger 50%. Det har vi tydligt talat om att det kommer vi att förvärva. Vi har ett avtal med dem om det senast nästa år. Om vi då tänker att vi skulle tagit in dem nu, så hade vi haft det här resultatet istället, som varit något bättre. Men framförallt kanske man ska titta på Polen då, som vi tycker gör ett fantastiskt bra resultat. För de har ju fortfarande Q1 var fortfarande inte en fantastisk månad eller kvartal för dem. Men där drar det riktigt bra. Och vi ska titta lite mer på Polen sen. Ja, mycket av den här downturnen vi har beror ju på debiteringsgraden. Att vi helt enkelt inte kan ha fått ut våra konsulter i uppdrag lika bra som tidigare. Då ser ni ju att det är en stark nedgång från Q1 23, som var ett väldigt bra kvartal. Sen har det gått lite långsamt ner, och Q1 24 var ju inte alls bra då. Det har vi naturligtvis gjort åtgärder på. Och där har vi då nu avvecklat ett antal obelagda konsulter. Och vi har också förstärkt vår säljavdelning så att vi har ännu mer säljare som är ute och jagar nya uppdrag. Så det här kommer ju att leda till att vi kommer att ha en förbättrad debiteringsgrad. Man kan också säga, om man tittar inom kvartalet, så är mars betydligt bättre än januari, februari. Så fram till mars i alla fall hade vi en uppåtgående trend av debiteringsgraden. Vilket ju är positivt förstås. För det här är ju den stora lönsamhetsdrivaren förstås i ett konsultbolag. Ja, det här med att vi inte jobbar på en marknad då. Här har vi då en bild som visar alla våra dotterbolag. Stora bubblor i stora bolag, mindre bubblor i små bolag. Och så har vi då tillväxt på ena skalan och lönsamhet på andra då. Så ni ser att det är en ganska spridd bild. Vi har allt från riktigt lönsamma med god tillväxt till de med väldigt dålig lönsamhet och dålig tillväxt eller negativ tillväxt. Och då kan man undra, varför blir det så? Varför gör ni inte någonting åt det? Det har lite grann med våra specialistbolag. De är nischade på olika marknader, olika specialiteter. Vilket gör att en del kan gå dåligt och en del går lite sämre. Eller lite bättre. Men det är också styrka med oss att vi har en väldigt nära marknaden. Och vi kan anpassa oss snabbt. Ja, lite grann om vår struktur då. Så här ser det ut, vår organisation. Vi är organiserade i ett moderbolag som har stödfunktionerna. Och sen har vi 3 affärsområden. Och de är ungefär lika stora som ni ser då. Och då, ni som har bra hökögon, ni ser att här står det siffror på hur stora de är. Och då ser ni att både Digital Experience Solution, som är vår systemutveckling lite förenklat, och Cloud and Technology, som är vår cloud och infrastruktur, de har minskat under den här perioden jämfört med förra året. Och vår digital management har ökat, vilket är lite förvånande man kan tänka. Men det kan man säga att det är tech-delen av vår verksamhet som har tagit mest stryk i den här nedgången då. Och det är nog symptomatiskt för branschen. Det är mycket systemutveckling som har jobbigt och andra sådana här mer tekniska arter. De som jobbar med mer verksamhetskonsulting klarar sig bättre. Och sen har vi Polen då som en egen affärsområde kan man säga. Och kommer vi till Polen då. En success story kallar vi det. De startade 2018. Jag kommer ihåg det. Jag var med. Det var precis när jag börjat. Då hade de bokat möte med vår dåvarande vd Sven Uthorn och ville presentera sig och säga att vi är från Polen. Vi vill starta B3 i Polen. Och varför vill ni göra det då? Ja, vi vill ha er kultur i Polen. Det kommer att vara en fantastisk sak. För det är väldigt ovanligt att ha den typen av lite mer, kan man säga då, demokratiskt ledarskap. Det är man inte van med i Polen. Så Martin och Rafal som startade det har ju byggt det från 0 och idag mer än 200 anställda. Har haft en fantastisk tillväxt. Har merparten av sina affärer i Polen håller på mer och mer att få till en nearshoring-affär då. Men där finns stor potential kvar. Och vi äger då som sagt 50% med. Och vi kommer att ta över resten senast nästa år. Så det här är verkligen en rolig historia på många sätt. Kunder, och då har vi har ju väldigt många olika branscher. Vi är inte fokuserade på någon enskild bransch. Man skulle naturligtvis kunna vara lite avundsjuk idag. Man skulle gärna ha en stor stark del på försvaret. Det har vi inte. Det var inte för 5 år sedan var inte det så populärt. Nu är det väldigt populärt. Det skulle vi gärna haft, det har vi inte. Men vi är starka inom bankfinans. Den andra delen vi är väldigt starka på är hälso- och sjukvård. Både med jobba mot regionerna och mot mer teknik i health-tech. Industri är också en stor del. Och så den offentliga sektorn naturligtvis. Sen entertainment som vi har här nere, det är inte en så stor del, men det är väldigt nischat. Det är ju där vårt digitala marknadsbyrå Rebel & Bird jobbar med att ta fram de här mer konsumentanpassade tjänsterna mot kund. Så vi har en fördel med att vi har en bredd i våra kundsegment. Och den visar vi här också då. Ja, vi bromsar och gasar samtidigt. Det är väl typiskt för tiden. Våra mål som vi har, de anpassar vi lite neråt i Q3 2023, men de här är de som ligger. Och det ska vi göra. Vi ska alltså ha 1,5 miljard ska vi klara av. Och inkluderar man Polen så kanske ni ser att det är inte helt omöjligt. Vi ska ha 10% ebit. Lite mer utmanande, men det har vi ju, det ligger i våra planer. Skuldsättningsgraden då, 2. Och så ska vi dela ut 50% av vår vinst. Sen en information om att vi har ju då dotterbolag, minoritetsägd, som till exempel Polen, som vi ska lösa ut. Så där har en information att vi har räknat med att där kommer vi köpa ut ett antal bolag för 173 miljoner. Ja, Hedgehog, vår kostnadsbesparingsprogram då. Den startades ju då i förra året och det går väldigt bra. Och här ser ni då en lite komplicerad bild kanske. Man får tänka efter lite grann vad man ser. Men vi började med vissa mål taget och sen så har vi nu satt nya mål eftersom det har gått så pass bra då. Så det ligger på plan och vi ser ut att klara mer än de ursprungliga målen i kostnadsbesparingar. Sen har vi också då lanserat ett kostnadsbesparingsprogram för våra dotterbolag så att de ska också titta över sina kostnader. Det kommer att ta nog året ut innan vi ser full effekt av det. Men det kommer också påverka vår totala lönsamhet. Och här har vi en annan bild. Där visar vi då hur vi ligger. Den röd-rosa bilden då. Eller strecket där vi ligger exakt på plan för det nya målet vi satt upp. Sen kan man då, vi bara ärliga då, det är lite fusk. En del av de här kostnaderna har vi tagit från moderbolaget och lagt ut på dotterbolagen. Sånt som vi tyckte hörde till dem, som lokaler, licenser och sånt. Så det belastar dotterbolagen. Det tycker vi var ett mer rättvist sätt att mäta deras lönsamhet. Ja, hur tänker vi då med den här lite svagare marknaden då? Ja, vår position på marknaden är väldigt stark. Vi är väldigt attraktiva som blir anställda hos oss. Det är väldigt viktigt. När marknaden vänder kommer det vara avgörande. Vi har bra kunder. Så vi kommer att lyckas jättebra, tror vi, när marknaden blir lite mer positiv. Trots allt är vår affärsmodell den klarar också lite tuffare tider i och med att vi har den här dotterbolagsmodellen och inte är så utsatta för någon speciell kund eller någon speciell bransch. Ganska brett så. Och de här dotterbolagen är det som är nyckeln till vår framgång. Så det tror vi väldigt mycket på att de kommer att kunna ta det här jättebra. Så vi blir mer effektiva och vi sänker våra kostnader. Det kommer att påverka jättemycket. Och vi tror då mycket på att om vi bara visar våra konsulter som är väldigt bra så kommer vi att få uppdrag. AI kommer att påverka det här. Kommer att göra att vi blir ännu starkare när vi kommer ut i andra ändan. Och vi fortsätter jobba med vår kultur. Och vi har startat nya startups och vi fortsätter leta efter nya startups. Lite mer försiktigt nu i den här konjunkturen, men vi är fortfarande en viktig del i vår strategi. Okej. Och varför ska man bry sig om B3 då, om man nu ska investera? Ja, Historien tycker jag är viktig. Vi har en bra historia. Vi har en liten dipp nu tack vare marknaden, men det kommer ju att ta sig. Helt övertygad om. Den grundläggande trenden, digitalisering. Vi hjälper till på massa bra ställen för våra kunder. Det kommer att hjälpa oss. Och som jag pratat om flera gånger, då, vi är väldigt attraktiva för personal att börja jobba hos oss. Och vi är också attraktiva för duktiga företagsledare att driva bolag under vår hatt. Vi är inte så beroende av väldigt stora kunder som man kan vara, utan vi har många olika kunder och många olika sektorer. Och vår varumärke är starkt. Det är den starka kulturen. Så. Ja, tack så mycket.
Ja,
jag höll tiden.
Absolut.
Det var helt otroligt.
Ja, men låt oss ta en liten frågestund innan vi rundar av. Så jag tänkte, hela sektorn trendar mot negativ nettorekrytering.
Ja.
Har gjort ett litet tag. När tror du att det vänder för marknaden och kanske till och med för B3?
Med nettorekrytering eller marknaden?
Nettorekrytering dels för marknaden och för B3.
Ja, jag tror nettorekrytering, jag tror det här året kommer nog fortfarande vara ett trögt rekryteringsår, tror jag. Inte för att det är svårt att rekrytera, utan för att man har svårt att hitta uppdrag. Så jag tror att det kommer ligga lite längre fram. Det tror jag gäller både marknaden och B3. Det tror jag. Sen det här när marknaden vänder, det är ju, ja, tänk om vi visste det. Då hade det varit lätt.
Absolut.
Det finns ju externa bedömare som tror att det vänder Q4. Men ja, vi är beredda när det vänder, så uttrycker jag mig.
Absolut.
Vi bettar inte på det.
Helt rätt. Och sen så har väl efterfrågan, som du var inne på, generellt sett gått ner för IT-konsulttjänster. Kan man kanske tänka sig att i och med att det har hållit i sig ett tag att det blir prispress inom IT-konsultsektorn? Vad tror du om det?
Jag tror så här, eller jag vet att det har varit en jättestark prispress framförallt på systemutvecklare i Stockholm, ska man säga. Och det har ju med att det helt plötsligt kommer väldigt många ut på marknaden. Väldigt många som vill ha uppdrag. Så där har vi redan sett en stark prispress. Inom andra områden så har vi däremot kunnat höja priserna. Så det är nog lite både och där. Den långa trenden tror jag absolut inte är prispress, utan det kommer att bli större efterfrågan än utbudet framöver. Det är bara frågan hur lång tid det tar. Det behöver balansera upp sig lite grann.
Ja, och skulle man kolla lite mer sektorspecifikt kanske, så har väl offentlig sektor kanske inte varit superbra. Tech, retail, telekom har varit lite svagare. Hur tror du man ska tänka kring återhämtning som investerare?
Ja, det är jättesvårt. Alltså, offentlig sektor är ju väldigt driven av politiska beslut. Så jag tror man ska tänka att de tar nog ett tag till innan det lyfter där. Vi är ju inte så branschspecifika. Vi tittar mer på våra kompetenser. Så det går lite, vi har inte riktigt den uppföljning på den detaljnivån. Men jag tror att det kommer vara trögt där ett tag till. Det tror jag.
Just det. Och om vi skulle gå in lite på B3 Polen där ni har ett 50% ägande. Du var inne lite på det, men vad är det som gör att B3 Polen presterar så pass väl jämfört med kanske resten av Norden?
Att B3 Polen går bra, det beror på att det är två väldigt drivna och duktiga entreprenörer som kom till oss och hade drivit bolag på andra ställen. Hade en väldigt klar idé hur de skulle göra det. Gjorde det på det sättet med att ta det som B3s kultur och lyckades då på något sätt skapa en employer branding i Polen som nog är väldigt unik, tror jag. Sen har de byggt en väldigt operationell effektivitet som man kan göra i Polen, för där är det en liten annan typ av arbetsmarknad med mycket, mycket mer löst kontrakterad personal som man kan sälja först och bemanna sen. Så de har i princip aldrig några obelagda. Det gynnar ju då, men det kräver ju naturligtvis en enorm säljmotor och rekryteringsmotor för att få det att vara framgångsrikt. Och behålla sina konsulter då, som är väldigt löst kopplade till sig. Så de har gjort en fantastiskt jobb. Det är de två framför allt. Kombinerat med en bra kultur som har fått låna ut oss. Då.
Ja, men kultur är väldigt viktigt. Och om vi bara avslutar här lite snabbt då. Du är nytillträdd här efter Sverre Bjerkelid som återgår till styrelseordförandeposten. Vad skulle du säga att du ser mest fram emot som nytillträdd vd på BT?
Ja, alltså jag har ju bästa positionen någonsin att ta över när vi är i den här situationen. Jag ska inte säga att det är svårt att göra det sämre. Det kommer ju att bli bra. Men min vision, det är ju att vi faktiskt tar oss en väg. Alltså en vision är en vision. Det kan ta lång tid. Men att ta oss på vägen till att bli Sveriges bästa konsultbolag för kunder, personal och ägare. Det är det jag jobbar med. Och det tycker jag är jätteroligt. Vi har en väldigt stark framtidstro i vår ledningsgrupp och hela bolaget, ska jag säga. Och det ser jag fram emot.
Ja, men det blir skoj. Optimistiskt. Fantastiskt. Tack så jättemycket Martin och tack till alla andra som lyssnade in.
Tack så mycket.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to ABG Investor Days. My name is Nikola Kalanowski, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With us today, we have the CEO of Skolon, Oliver Lundgren. The idea is that he will present the company to us for about 20 minutes, and then we will have the opportunity for a Q&A session for about 5 minutes. And with that said, Oliver, please take it away.
Thank you. So hi, my name is Oliver, and I'm the CEO of Skolon, and we will talk about the EdTech space and our journey in the professional learning sector with schools and municipalities here. And we are working with the vision of creating a better, more inclusive, and a more successful school by enabling digital learning for everyone. And I will talk a little about our journey, what we do, and our development the last 2 years. And the idea about Skolon is based on a real problem in society. So the journey started back in 2015 when we read this in media. Schools against a lot of people, and the school results in Sweden were dropping. And we were looking at that, and we could see that one problem was that it took up to 10 minutes to get going with digital tools in the classroom. And if you have a 45-minute lesson and you spend 10 minutes just to find out what tools should I use and where do I find it, you will have a problem. You need to solve that in 10 seconds, and that is what we do today with Skolon. And we act in a space, in a market, where there is an ongoing global change happening in the EdTech system. So what we can see here is the estimated growth of the European education technology landscape in K-12, equivalent to Swedish grundskola and gymnasium. So you can see that we will have a lot of growth in this market, and that is because the ecosystem is changing, and the way you learn is changing away from a system that has been going on before Industrial Revolution, more to technology where you can individualize learning, you can use new technologies and stuff like that to learn more, to individualize and take advantage of every individual's potential. And this is happening in Europe, but it's also happening global in every school, in every city, because schooling is, of course, going around everywhere around in the different countries. And Sweden is one of the countries in the forefront here, but you can also see this trend in the US, in Australia, in Japan, and other countries around. So what we do in Skolon is that we make the digital tools accessible for teachers and students. So we are a SaaS company gathering all these tools and make them available for teachers and students to use in the classroom and in schools. So we solve the problem of where do I have my tools, what could I use when, how do I buy new tools, and all those questions we solve for students and teachers, and we also make them secure and easy to use on one platform. And to be able to do that, important part is, of course, to gather all the content. So we have, during this journey up until now, gathered a lot of the best digital educational resources in this app store and in one place. So we gather applications from the big publishers that is around in Europe. We also gather from more specialized international edtech companies and small edtech developers as well. So we have almost 200 partners that has built an integration to our APIs to be able to reach the user base that we have. So they build integrations to our infrastructure, our platform, to solve these issues that we are talking about here. And on the platform today, we have more than 5,500 digital tools ready to use with one click. And what we also have is this end-to-end solution to bring both simplicity and safety for digital tools in the classroom. So we have this app store where teachers can find new stuff and they can buy it with one click. Even if it's for one student or it's for 10,000 students, they can buy it easy. Before Skolon, it took up to 2 to 3 weeks to get a new digital tool into your class, but with Skolon, you can do that in some minutes. We have also built in functionality in this platform for handling data and GDPR and those type of issues. Which data is where and where is the student information? And in an average class, you use up to 20 different digital tools if you work with digital content. That means that you have 20 different providers that has the personal information of your students and those type of things, and that we can help them solve. We also have this API framework for setting up the ecosystem, building integrations from the tools used in Skolon to platforms like Google, Microsoft, LMSs, so you get your content over to those type of platforms easily with Skolon with one integration. So today, we are one of the biggest and most popular edtech platforms in the Nordic. So we have more than 750,000 paying users in the platform in 5 different countries. And we know that when we onboard new customers, they stay for very long. So we have low churn rate, a high usage, and overall very happy customers in this platform, which means that we can focus on building long-term footprint with our customers. So here in Scandinavia, for example, we are working with the absolute biggest municipalities like Stockholm, for example, since last year, but also many, many smaller municipalities. So you can work with this if you're a small school or if you're the largest of municipalities. This platform is relevant for you. And last year, we also entered the UK market during last year, and we enabled to get 50,000 users on board the first year there, and are now expanding in that market as well. So the first market outside of Nordics. And of course, those markets are much bigger, and that is because the countries is much bigger. So the size of the country is also equivalent to how big potential do you have in the market. So the business model we have created here is what we call a two-sided marketplace, where we have recurring revenues. Over 90% of the revenue is recurring revenue, where we have revenue streams from organizations, schools, municipalities, paying for their users in our platform, and the partners. So to organizations, we sell licenses for this infrastructure platform that I just described, but also for content that they use on the platform. Municipalities don't have to buy the content that they use on the platform from us, but in growing numbers, they are also doing that on the platform. On the content we act as a reseller for, we have a revenue share with the content providers, but the content providers also pay us annual fees to be able to use the APIs on the platform, be visual on the platform, etc., etc. And we also have some service revenue for the customers. But we act in this value chain between the content provider and the organization. That is how we operate. And if we look at the last 2 years, how this has played out, we had in 2021, we have 36 million SEK in revenue, and last year that was up to 103 when we saw growth with this business model. And we have been able to do that with a positive cash flow during the year. So investing a lot in growth, investing in new markets, but we have been able to do that with operational positive cash flow during this years. A small loss in EBITDA level, but that is also related to companies like us. We activate the incomes of the period going forward, so that is typical for fast-growing SaaS companies, I would say. We can also see that this is related to both more paying users, so we have grown the base of paying users substantially, and we have also been able to start growing the revenue per paying user in the platform as well. And we see continuous growth in both of those if we look at the last quarters we have had here. And we can also see that a larger revenue stream is coming from new markets. So in 2001, we had 2% of our revenue outside of Sweden. Last year, we have almost 40% of the revenue outside of Sweden. So we can see that the business model and the platform and the value proposition we have is relevant also in countries outside Sweden. And that is exactly according to the strategy we have going forward. So if we look at the start of this year, we reported Q1 for some weeks ago. We see that we continue to grow our revenue, 62% up. We also can see that we continue to grow our paying users. We also continue to grow the revenue per user compared to 1 year back. And we can also see that we continue to do this with good amount of net cash and so on. And we don't have any loans or anything like that in this business, so we have a strong financial position, and we continue to do this in a decent financial way, I would say. And that is according to the strategy to be able to handle this in that manner. So continue the journey we have started. We can see that is the beginning of the year. We have organized this growth journey like a typical SaaS company, I would say, where we own our own product. We have our own product and development department. We have our own partners and content team that working with these content providers. We have, of course, local business reps. So the sale process around this is very similar to a B2B business process, I would say. So not much of digital marketing and high churns and stuff like that you can see. It's more of long-term sale relationships. So we have local sales in the different markets, but we can work internationally with the rest of the team, and we are able to achieve this growth with not a super big team, with 40 people. So, and we see that we can continue to do that with a decent amount of team going forward, which of course is very interesting. The ownership structure is like this. We have largest owner from Swedish investment company Simon, our biggest owner. We have the family of Inga with their company Entrepreneur Invest, one of the bigger owner, and some institutional investors as well. The Länsförsäkringar and Swedbank Robur and companies like that joining the journey we do here. So a very strong group of owners in this journey, and since 2 years back, we are listed at Nasdaq First North. We're also working with sustainability, and we have working with this the last 2 years a lot, being able to take full advantage of those reportings and have a strong foundation in this area now. And that is important for our customers, because many of the municipalities, they have quite high standards when looking at sustainability going forward, and we are a relevant partner for them there, achieving many of those baseline goals that they have nowadays. So if we look forward and what are we going to do forward, we think that our greatest opportunities lies ahead of us, and we have communicated a long-term vision and the goal of continue to have a growth for recurring revenue by 50% in average per year. And the last 2 years, as you can see, we have achieved to be above that, but that is the goal we keep and that we work hard every day to keep. And the revenue should accelerate with more paying users in the platform, so continue to grow the user base, but also continue to rise the recurring revenue per users. And that is why we're investing in more markets and expanding the markets that we are in, but also expanding the product and the platform. And I will talk more about that shortly. So the long-term goal we have is to be a market leader in Europe, a position that we already have in the Nordic region going forward. So if we look at product development, we will continue to add more user groups. So one user group we are working with now, for example, is the family and the parents, and that is very relevant. We have the teachers, we have the students, but we don't have the parents in the platform yet. But that is an interesting area going forward. We are also looking more at higher education, for example. So when looking at that, we can see that we have a lot of possibility to continue to grow in existing markets with more user groups. We are also looking at AI, both using AI in the classroom. We launched our first tool there just before before the end of last year, and we are continuing to expanding and the development of that product, and we see usage of that both for administration for teachers. 20% of a teacher's time goes to administration today, and teachers is one of the biggest group of workers out there. So help them save time is essential to have more time to spend with the kids in the classroom, and AI can really play a role there. It can also play a role in individualized learning and stuff like that, and we are working closely with the bigger IT AI model providers like OpenAI and stuff like that to be able to bring that into schools even more going forward. We are also looking to continue to grow in the Nordics. So Sweden and Norway, our home markets, we would say. We see that the markets there is continue to transform. We see usage arising. We see more paying users, and we can also see increased volume from existing agreements. So in both those countries, we are added on the national frame agreements. We are able to go out and sell to municipalities. In Sweden, over 85% of the municipalities can buy Skolon without buying or making their own procurement. So very easy to adopt and start using Skolon. We see growing numbers of that in Norway as well. So here we still have a lot of market potential, and we continue to work with that. And beyond that, we are also expanding outside Nordics and take advantage of markets here that are behind what we are in the Nordics. So if you look at the average European market, I would say like they are 5 to 10 years back from where we are here, meaning that bigger markets like England, for example, that we are now, but also France, Spain, and Germany are coming now, the coming years, investing heavily in EdTech solutions. And we see a possibility to be there when those markets now are ready. So that is the journey that we are doing and the goals we have going forward. So thank you for that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Oliver. I think just a couple of questions from my end. You've entered the UK market relatively recently. You've been active in the Nordics before that. Could you tell us anything about what sort of potential the UK market holds relative to the Nordics?
Yeah, so if you look at the market itself, if you look at the number of potential users, you can see that only in that market you have 10% or 10 times the bigger, I mean, the market than you have in Sweden, for example. So it's a lot bigger market. So that is, of course, very interesting. Another interesting thing is that the school system they have in England is the biggest global educational system that you have in the world, because countries like India and Australia and a lot of other countries have the same school system that they have in England. So we see that as a door opener for other countries as well, if we manage to do that well.
That sounds like a great springboard to other systems, as you say. And I think if we can just help investors unpack your offering. Firstly, you have a SaaS platform. And then you have some partner revenues. So how do the gross margins differ between the two, and how should investors think about the mix changing going forward?
Yeah, so the gross margin on the own platform is, of course, much higher than what you have when you do revenue split with our content partners. So if you look at the last 2 years, I would say that we have seen a lot of growth in both, but especially in the resale part, and that is because we have won a lot of these frame agreements. And what you can see with that is like you see a short term down in the gross margin because a lot of growth. So a positive thing, but if you look just at the growth margin, short term effect on that on the negative side. But in the long term, I would definitely see that we will have more of the mix we have had before. Because of that, you see more customers investing in more advanced versions of our platform, upgrading to more of the new functionalities we have, and so on. But that takes a little bit longer time. both to get in, but also the financial effect because of you have this activating of that income and so on.
Yeah, and just a follow-up on the partner revenues. So essentially what that means is you're taking a cut from the partner because you're acting as a distributor. The partner in question is allowed to integrate their app with Skolon. So today you have a certain take rate. Do you see that take rate changing over time as Skolon's position becomes more important, so to speak, and greater?
Absolutely. I see several areas to work with that over time, both what type of content are you using in the classroom, and we gather a lot of data of what is used and how is it used and what type of content should they use. So of course you can build revenue streams regarding that, but also the negotiation with the partners and the value we create over time. If we have more users in the market, of course, we bring a lot more value to them than what we do when we are newer in the market. So, of course, we should work with that strategically over time. We should also work with it with a great responsibility because we get a lot of information and a lot of insights in the market, and we need to work with that carefully and in the long term, but definitely we see great possibility to work with that over time.
I think you mentioned some usage data. Do you have anything that you could say about the usage data lately as compared to, say, last year or 2 years ago? How has the user experience changed? Has usage gone up?
Yeah, we see a substantial rise in usage. So if we look at the high season in the schools now, we see that 70% usage increase in the same amount of users like last year, compared to last year. So we see that the usage are rising substantially, and I would say that is because the schools are working more with digital tools. They see that this have an impact in the classroom. So in the debate around in Sweden, we see a debate now regarding physical books vs digital, but you can see from a teacher's perspective and in the classroom, they are working more with technology. And that is not because someone is telling them to do so. That is because it makes a difference in the classroom. And the usage of social media for young people, and that is a big issue, but that has nothing to do with using of technology in the classroom. That is something that you need to solve home, not in schools, in classrooms. So digital tools is very relevant in teaching, and you can see huge increases. For example, Japan is a super relevant example there. They have been second now in the PISA reports globally, and they are investing a lot in digital technology, both hardware and software, and they have risen from quite bad levels to very high levels, and the researchers there say digital plays a big part of that. So I definitely see that there's a lot of potential going forward with digital tools in the classroom.
Yeah, and I believe in the presentation you mentioned that you're something like close to 40 people at Skolon right now. Do you feel that you are right-sized with the current workforce, or can something be done to accommodate your growth target of about 50% per year?
So if we look at the Nordic markets, I would say that we have the team there in place to continue to grow there. If we expand to more markets, of course, we need local teams there for marketing and sale and so on. But the continuous growth we can see in the Nordic markets, I think we have the team in place for that. So that of course makes it very interesting to add those 100,000 or 200,000 more users in the Nordics, because that will have substantial impacts on the financial for us, and that is what we're aiming for.
Yeah, and I think finally, perhaps, would acquisitions be something that you would be interested in order to, let's say, expand a sales force in a new market, for example, or for different reasons?
That could definitely be relevant, both that and also vertical of this sector where you see new opportunities arise. So we get quite good view with data over what content is relevant, what content is used where. So, and also in new markets, we could also use acquisition as a part of the strategy. So absolutely relevant going forward.
Yeah, perfect.
Could I just ask, a paying user, is that a student, the definition of a paying user?
Yeah, the paying user is an individual student or a teacher that has an individual account in our platform. But in our part of the world, the fee for that user is paid by their municipality or the private school. So they don't pay themselves. They have an organization paying for them. But the paying user is someone who has a paid account, and they have an individual user account in our platform. That is a teacher or a student. You could say that around 15% of the users are teachers or professional school workers, and the rest of them are students, I would say, 50 to 20.
Wonderful. Thank you for the question, and I'm afraid that we're out of time for now, but thank you very much, Oliver, for the presentation, and thank you to everybody else for listening in.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, hi and welcome everyone. For the next presentation, my name is Daniel Torsson, analyst at ABG, covering IT and technology companies. And with us today, we have the pleasure to have Invisio and CEO Lars Højgaard Hansen. So I leave it over to you for a presentation, and I will end with a couple of questions.
Thank you very much. Invisio is actually celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. And in those 25 years, we have become the world global leader in protection equipment for people that work in extremely noisy environments like military servicemen and police officers, firefighters, etc. Our mission is protection at work so that you can live a better life, a normal life at home, so that you don't get injured unnecessarily. So inadequate communication in very noisy environment is often the case for many professionals. It could be in, of course, times of war, but it could also be for police officers in terms of riots, crowds, football matches, whatever, where the noise level is very high, where you have a hard time communicating with each other, and where there's a risk then for making the wrong decisions due to lack of communication. Another part of this high noise working environment is also that a lot of people get injuries unnecessarily due to either bangs, high noises, or even exposure to high noise over a long period of time will eventually damage your hearing. We know from statistics that this is a general problem both in Europe and the US. Especially in the US, I would say that majority of servicemen in the military have some kind of hearing loss, and 1 out of 3 police officers also have these kind of challenges. This is, of course, very painful for the people that are injured and have hearing issues, but it's also very costly to societies because you have to pay compensation to your workers, you have to help them with hearing aids, and maybe even take them out of service because they're not able to perform their job when they have poor hearing. So Invisio today, in brief, is that we are based in Copenhagen. Some of you might know that Copenhagen is sort of the Silicon Valley for hearing technologies. We have 3 of the world's leading hearing aid companies in Copenhagen. We have headset companies. We have lots of educations at the technical university related to hearing. So we have for more than 60 years been building a cluster for hearing technologies around Copenhagen, and that's what we benefit from. That's how we are able to find the right people, competences, and so forth in our growth history. But we also have offices now in the US, a sales office. We have a company in the UK that we bought some years ago with a development department and some manufacturing, and sales offices in France, Italy, and the Far East in Thailand. Our main customer groups are law enforcement, military, and we also are starting to address users within firefighting, because firefighting officers are also exposed to very high noise and difficulties with communication in those noisy environments. And especially firefighters within military functions are exposed to very high and potentially damaging noise. One of the success factors for our company in the last 20 years has been a very close collaboration with customers. We do, of course, normal marketing, glossy brochures as everyone else, but the main function for us, the main marketing tool, is actually to be really, really close to our customers and make sure we fully understand where they operate, how they operate, what needs they have, and develop our products based on that. We have especially close relationship with military special forces, with police special forces, and have learned from them over the years and have been able to develop world-leading product solutions that meet their needs. Our market is a little bit special. It is a niche market, but it's also characterized with a number of entry barriers, one of them being that you often have a very long time relationship with your customers. We are talking contracts that can be 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And even when it comes to solutions for high noise vehicles, we are maybe talking contracts of 20 to 25 years. So it's very long relationships, and it means that once you have the contract, once you are in, then you can have good business for yet many years, and also often be able to keep competition out for quite a number of years. Since the early days, another characteristic of INVISIO is our business model. We have a scalable business model where all manufacturing are outsourced, so our own core competences are R&D, sales and marketing, but manufacturing is outsourced to leading large European EMS manufacturers. So most of our products are manufactured in Europe and close to our facilities. We have manufacturing in Sweden, in Germany, in Poland, and in other European countries. We have a niche market, as I said, but with very attractive growth potential. Our total addressable market is estimated at about 14 billion Swedish kronor. Now, these are numbers before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. These numbers will be updated at some point in time, hopefully later this year. So I would say that the potential is definitely greater, but that's not my point here. The point is more that we have a huge opportunity to grow our business, our company, over the next many years. In terms of our core products, the hearing protection solutions, we have probably only penetrated about 10% of the potential market, so there is a lot more to come over the coming years. Not only in our existing markets in Europe and North America, but also expansion into other areas, especially in Southeast Asia and to some extent in South America. Now, our products are characterized by being built on platforms, so we can build multiple variants on the same product, but also that they are modular and that they are interoperable, so we can connect everything in a system. So on the upper left-hand corner here, you have our, what we call the personal system. It normally consists of a hearing protection headset of some type. We have different models. Then you have a small control unit on your chest. That's where you control your communication from. And then that connects with a cable to some type of, we call it a radio. It's a modern walkie-talkie that the police officer or the soldier has. So this is sort of the personal equipment for when you are in the field. Then in the upper right-hand corner, we have our high noise solutions. This is from a company we bought 3 years ago called Racal Acoustics in the UK. For 50 years, they have been the market leaders in this area. And we bought them during the pandemic. And they provide hearing protection headsets, really heavy-duty stuff for the high-noise vehicles like tanks, like in and around helicopters, ground crew, and also armored vehicles and personnel carrier vehicles. Areas where there's really a lot of noise. Now then also, during the pandemic, we invested quite heavily in continued R&D and new products, and we introduced a very innovative new product category, which is a portable intercom system. It's the size of an iPad, basically, and it's something you can carry with you. If you are 4, 5, 6 people, and you would like to be able to quickly set up intergroup communication in a vehicle, you can do this from this portable solution. So it's very simple. You can carry it in a rucksack, and then in a vehicle, in a helicopter, in a boat, you can quickly connect 5, 6 people and make sure everyone can listen to the same communication, can talk to each other, and when they leave the vehicle, they can put it back in the rucksack and take it with them. Something very new and unique, and of course, due to the given situation in Ukraine and Europe, this is a product category that we see great growth potential for. Everything is then tied together with cables. I often get the question, why is it not wireless? Technologies that you offer must be much better with wireless. Yes, probably, but the problem is security and encryption and similar. Our type of customers have encrypted communication that should not be able to be disturbed, jammed, or listened to, so therefore cables is still the predominant solution for interfacing. So it's a global niche market, and it's also a market where there's only a handful of competitors. INVISIO is the market leader. We're the only ones with a product portfolio that, like the one I just showed you. We have a couple of larger global competitors, but they only have part of the portfolio. They don't have the entire suite of products as we have. And then there are some few local competitors in different markets. But all in all, it is a fairly limited competitive situation. And why is that? Probably because it is a niche market, probably because it is with very high barriers of entry. If you don't have a contract, you don't get into a market, and it can take 5, 6, 7 years before you get in. So therefore, sometimes the market is not so attractive if you are a new player. And as I said, long contracts will deter people from trying to get in because they don't know if they will be successful in entering the market over time. Some of the market drivers that are really long-term here is what we call structural growth due to modernization programs. And this is because many police organizations and military forces are constantly updating and upgrading the equipment that they use. Communications has in many countries been a little bit behind. It is probably a surprise to you that still in many countries only 1 out of 10 soldiers actually have a communication radios. The others are using hand signals and talking loud to each other. It's not like in private life where everybody has a mobile phone. Here it's still only a few that has the radio. But this is changing, and this is changing rapidly. And this is a driver for us that as soon as a soldier has a communication radio, then our solution becomes very desired and acceptable. So this is the long-term driver. Another one is the awareness about hearing loss and the costs and effect of this. As I said from the beginning, this is very costly for many countries. We are talking billions of dollars in the US just to compensate soldiers that have been injured and need compensation and hearing aid and so forth. Last but not least, maybe contrary to what you would think, many of the new weapon systems, vehicles, aircrafts that are being introduced these days are not less noisy than before, they are more noisy than before, and that puts an even bigger need in the market for our type of solutions. There are vehicles today that are so noisy that by law you can only be inside the vehicle for about 15 minutes without getting hurt, and then you need to take a break. And that's, of course, not very interesting. You have to be, of course, in the vehicle longer than that if you have an operation that needs to carry on. So 2022 saw a paradigm shift. You're all well aware of this, I'm sure. And this has led to the largest increase in military spendings in Europe in 30 years. And equipment as well as personnel. We haven't seen so much of it yet. We've all heard and read about the budget increases and all the money being funneled out to defense. Most of it at this point in time is going to support Ukraine. And we believe that only from 2025 and onwards will we see some of the investments actually being made in the local markets in Europe especially. But we are talking of course, massive investments in defense industries over the next 10 to 15 years. And this should be a very interesting driver for INVISIO. So just a little about the numbers. First quarter 2024 was really good for INVISIO, and we had a record order as a highlight for our portable intercom system. Worth about 230 million Swedish krona. And what was new this quarter was that we were actually also asked to deliver the vehicle radio, the communication device that should sit inside the vehicle and connect to our intercom. This is new. This is not something we are going to do a lot in the future, but it is something that we were asked here because the end user wanted a full turnkey solution just to be installed in these vehicles. This resulted in a record high order intake of almost 700 million, and we now have an order book exceeding 1 billion going into the next quarter. Another highlight, I'll just come back to that, is the new X7 headset, as we call it, that we just announced. We have seen sales growth of about 30% rolling 12 months and with good operating margin. As I said, record high order intake. We can see here since 2019, even with a bit of a dip in the pandemic years, we have seen a very good and positive trend. And we can see also now that many customers are asking for products, solutions that are already tried and tested. They don't want to make any experiments at this point in time. Things have to work, have to be proven, and this is definitely an advantage for us. We have a strong order book, highest ever, but still about 80% of the order book will be delivered within 12 months. And how is that possible? It's possible because we have a very strong network of outsourced manufacturing companies. We have second source supply for all our products, and ramping up is only a matter of components and getting more people into manufacturing. But this can be done with a relatively short time frame. So this is definitely a stronghold of the company. And another part of being able to deliver is that we constantly keep a product inventory of about 200 to 250 million Swedish kronor to be able to deliver relatively fast when customers demand. This is definitely a competitive advantage that none of our competitors are able to do. Good delivery. In the last 6 quarters, revenues are up significantly year on year. We grew 60% from 22 to 23. And this is not only because of increased activities, it's also because we have increased our product portfolio. So the acquisition of the British company Racal and the new intercom and so on has meant we have a much broader product portfolio, and therefore we are much better in line with market growth expectations. We keep a strong gross margin around 60%, so we have a good starting point for making money, and this is sort of at a stable level between quarters. And operating expenses is also quite stable. As I said, we invest mainly in people, in R&D and in sales. We don't have any investments in manufacturing. That is all outsourced. In the last 12 months, our revenues increased by 30%, but our OPEX only with 25, and our headcounts with 18. So revenues is on a good track to grow more than our expenses, and that will hopefully over time mean better margins. As you can see on this slide, we had a bit of a dip during the pandemic where we were all locked in and could not visit our customers, and it was hard to sell anything when we were not allowed to meet with customers. But we have definitely picked up after the pandemic. We continued to invest in new products, and when the pandemic was over, we had a completely new portfolio of products, including Racal, including the intercom, and we've been selling all we can since that. And over time, the EBIT margin is expected to improve with growing sales. Our financial target is EBIT margin of 15% as a minimum, but we expect to be well above that going forward. And our other financial target is revenue growth of about 20% per year in average, which we have also exceeded in the past 5 years. So, yes, I think we have talked about the intercom system order already in detail, so I don't want to go into that. Only last compliments is around our new X7 headset, which is an in-ear solution. We are the only one in the market with an advanced in-ear solution. As on the consumer market, there's a lot of advantages with having in-ear, much smaller, much lighter, doesn't interfere with your helmet or your gear, much better when it's hot. So, and now we have updated our in-ear solution to the next generation, which also includes advanced algorithms, artificial intelligence that helps the user distinguish what is it that I would like to hear and what is it that I really don't want to hear, that is that disturbs me or is not really relevant. So a lot of, but the most important for this headset is that it has a totally outstanding level of hearing protection. You're probably not familiar with SNR and NNR levels, but we provide 39 decibel of attenuation, and this is by far better than any other product on the market. If you take a standard product on the market today, like an ear cup, that gives you about 29. This in-ear gives you 39. What does that mean? It means that if you can work 1 hour with a standard over-ear headset in a noisy environment, then you can be 8 hours in the same environment with the in-ear solution that we have. That's how good it is compared to existing solutions. And for really explosions, shots, whatever, the in-ear solution can tolerate 3 times higher the sound pressure than a standard ear cup. So this is something that we believe will be a game changer in the industry. And we are just in the process of ramping up now and preparing for a lot more sales. So finally, high activity in the market for many years to come. We are in a very, very good spot, and we think that INVISIO is well placed to continue to deliver profitable growth for many years to come.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lars. I have a question on the intercom order that you showed us here.
Yep.
You have a very interesting situation there with a big demand for a new type of product, while your competitors have long lead times to deliver to customers. What's really the discussions you have with customers right now, and should we expect similar orders as the one in March to continue?
I think so. The intercom product is very good in the sense that it can also easily be installed in what we call retrofit. If you have vehicles already that you are pulling out of inventory, as is happening right now, and you don't have anything in those vehicles, it's very easy to install our intercom in those vehicles, because it doesn't need any, you don't need any drilling holes and screws and stuff. It can just be mounted with Velcro very easily. You don't need any approvals, so it's plug and play. And it's at a price level which is very, very favorable towards traditional intercom solutions.
Yeah, I see. And then geographically, INVISIO is mainly the US and Europe, naturally. Yep. Where do you see the strongest demand? What has really changed over the last 1 year? What do you expect ahead?
There's no doubt that right now and for some years to come, I think Europe will be the main driver for our demand. US also, but Europe. But then we also now see quite interesting demand from certain parts of Southeast Asia. So I think that the Asian region, we do have some good business there already, but I think that's an area of interesting growth over the next 5-6 years. But Europe is definitely going to be, and NATO in general, going to be the most important market for us.
Yeah. And then a question on R&D. I mean, you spend quite a lot on R&D, product development. You showed us the X7 headset here. How important is that to differentiate from competitors?
Very.
As you also say that competition is quite limited.
Yes, very. We are of the opinion that innovation is everything, and working closely with customers. So we spend 15% of our revenues on R&D, and we did even more during the pandemic. We were quite convinced that innovation, a new product. So that we will do and continue to do quite a lot. And that is the foundation for future growth and expansion into other areas as well.
Yeah. If you look at the personal systems, what would you estimate is the lifetime for those products? When do they need to be replaced? How does it work? Because that affects the TAM quite a lot.
Technically, they can of course last a long time, but it all depends on how much are they used and where are they used. But our best estimate is about 3 to 5 years replacement from a physical point of view. But sometimes it's quicker, sometimes it's longer. But from a technical point of view, we have also introduced new generations of products. Yeah, probably every 5 years is a good mark for that as well. The logistical setup behind introducing new products is quite complex for military customers and even for law enforcement. So anything faster than 5 years is a bit too quick for them to roll out and absorb and utilize.
Yeah. And if we look at the longer-term growth rate or the growth potential, you are firstly being driven by an increased penetration of soldiers and people actually wearing some kind of better communication or head protection, and then secondly that the number of soldiers are actually increasing. Yes. What do you think is the main driving force for growth rates ahead?
I think it's a combination of all of those. I think a few years ago, many people thought that you wouldn't need soldiers. You could do with drones and other things, but I think Ukraine has shown that that's not the case. And we hear almost all countries in Europe now saying that they need more foot soldiers. They need to reopen bases. They need to get more on board. And then also, in times of no trouble, then you might not need equipment for everybody because people will rotate and so on. But now you actually do need equipment for everybody. And that all drives and accelerates the adaptation of new technologies like ours.
Yeah, I see. My final question is on M&A. You have done one. You mentioned Racal Acoustics here in 2020. You have a solid financial position as well, so that's not an issue. Are there potential targets to look at to add on to your product portfolio, or are you already dominating within what you would like to do?
No, I think we have opportunities. It's not like there are tons of opportunities, but there are different directions we can go, of course, within our current space, but we also are looking at what does the future look like? What will a police officer or soldier look like 10 years from now? What type of technologies are they looking at? And if I just quickly, if I can, go back to the first picture, you can see that a soldier today could also be like the half of this person, something that looks out of a Terminator movie with infrared sight and cameras on the helmet and computers on the chest, and being almost like a small computer central in itself. And there's an opportunity for us to be part of a wider setup on the chest of the body of the user. Today we are audio mainly, but there's also video and data and other things that needs to be part of the information flow. So we have opportunities over time to enter into that area as well.
I see, exciting. Thank you very much. Time is flying.
Thank you.
So we are end of this session. And thank you very much, Lars.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to ABG Investor Days. My name is Nikola Kalanowski, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With us today, we have Heine Thorsgaard, CFO of Napatech. The idea is that he will present to us his company for about 20 minutes, and then we will follow up with a Q&A for about 5 minutes. And with that said, Heine, please take it away.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. I'm pleased to present Napatech for you. I'm, as mentioned, the CFO of Napatech and been with the company since late 2018. Napatech is a Danish tech company founded in 2003, basically with the idea of utilizing a specific kind of chip called an FPGA chip within networking and network acceleration cards. So from the beginning, that's been the main focus of the company, and today we are solely focused on researching the utilization of that specific chipset. We are founded in 2003 and have been listed on Oslo Stock Exchange since 2013. So what we do is basically we develop and sell programmable network interface cards, or NICs as they're called. Basically something like this, and for the last 2 years, we've added to our portfolio with something called an infrastructure processing unit, or an IPU. Basically, much the same, but with additional features than the SmartNIC. We are just above 100 employees and contracted resources, mainly within R&D. We have our R&D based in Copenhagen, and our sales primarily in the US, but also have the presence in Denmark and in Asia. The production of our cards is outsourced and is handled by a US-based contract manufacturer located in Connecticut in the US, and they are specialized in building complex products like ours in small series and meeting the extreme high reliability requirements that are attached to products like this. Our customers are primarily large IT customers, or original equipment manufacturers, also called OEMs, that take our product, embed into their own products, and sell to end users. We also sell directly to large corporations and organizations that uses our products. Our products, the SmartNICs and the RPUs, are basically used in servers to accelerate server and data center applications. They perform advanced networking processing tasks that would otherwise have been handled by the server CPUs, and customers choose our products when high performance, low latency, and low energy consumption is critical to the end user. So basically, what our product does is that when you add this to your architecture, you are able to get your applications running faster, running at higher speeds, and thereby you could do in some use cases with less servers, and in other use cases process more data and consuming more computations at the time. The picture on the screen basically shows how our product is fitted into a server. This is a picture of one of the highest selling servers in the world. And the picture shows that our network cards are fitted alongside other components critical to the server, like memory chips, like the CPU, and the GPUs. So our products are a critical component in modern data center architecture alongside these other main components. The fundamental problem for the customers that our products are addressing is the fact that servers are struggling to keep up with the growth in network traffic. So megatrends these years within cloud and edge computing, within AI infrastructure, big data analytics, 5G, and developments of that sort are driving more and more applications to run at high speeds on the servers. This in turn increases the network traffic and results in a huge growth in server deployments. But basically servers struggle to keep up with the computing demands that these megatrends are creating. There's a problem with the server that they can only scale to a certain point due to limitations caused by space within the data centers, by requirements of cooling, by use of power, and by computations. And as a result, servers, the CPUs within the servers often end up spending significant processing power handling non-core network functions rather than running the applications themselves, and that leads to a decreased server performance. So the basic solution to this problem that our products offer is to process a number of the tasks that the server CPU would otherwise have had to handle. So basically, what you do is you utilize the chip on our cards to do certain computations, deliver specific information to the application running on the server, thereby making the application running faster. This offload of the server accelerates the performance, and research have shown that up until like 80% of the CPU cycles running on the server CPU is often used for infrastructure workloads. And when the CPU is busy handling those kinds of tasks, it cannot do what it's basically intended for, namely running the applications that are critical to the business. So this workload from infrastructure task on the CPU decreases the worth of the data center, and offloading these tasks, running these non-core tasks on network cards like ours, for instance, leads to higher server performance and reduces costs of running applications, and reducing the requirements for investments in additional server capacity. In addition to this, for specific computing tasks, this specific kind of chip we have on our board, the FPGA chip, is more powerful than the CPU, basically because of the architecture of the chip. So making a high amount of parallel computations is what the FPGA chip excels at, and by utilizing that capability, you can actually get even better performance from your servers than just by running the same thing on the server CPU. So the market for programmable NICs that we in Napatech is addressing is growing rapidly this year. Industry analysts estimate that the market will reach $5 billion in 2027, of the total NIC market being $7 billion. So as the chart on this slide also shows, the big growth in the NIC market is dominated by the growth in the programmable NIC segment. So basically, the part of the market that Napatech is addressing. As the number of server being deployed is growing, the requirement for network interface cards are growing, and as network traffic, network speeds, and compute requirements grow, the programmable NIC part of the market grows even more, thereby being a very attractive market we are addressing. So basically, all servers need a NIC to communicate to the server network. So the network interface card is a gateway between the other components on the server and the other servers. So as the number of server grows, the need for NICs grows as well. And just to give you an example, each server consumes between 1 and 8 NICs, depending on the specific use of the server. Napatech has, for the past 20 years, addressed a small niche of this overall programmable NIC market, mainly focusing on use cases within network monitoring and network performance, within cybersecurity, and within financial trading. That niche of the market has been a very profitable and a nice niche, but that's not where the big market growth is. The other market segments with the high growth is dominated by big scale customers, and we've been struggling for some time to get access to that part of the market. But within the last couple of years, development of new products, specifically our IPU, and our partnership with Intel has resulted in these new, very attractive, high-growth market segments opening up to Napatech. That's segments within 5G mobile, big data center infrastructure, and cloud and edge computing. Napatech has been in a close partnership with Intel for the past 2 years, and we've been jointly with Intel developing this type of programmable NIC. It's called an infrastructure processing unit by Intel, or an IPU, and the main difference between our traditional product, like this one, and the IPU is that besides the FPGA chip on this card, the IPU also has an additional segment with a very capable CPU on it, and thereby opening up for a number of new use cases for this card. And these use cases are addressing the high-growth market segments. So this is basically within large data centers running applications for data center utilizations within cloud service providers, big telco providers, and the like. So this partnership with Intel is basically changing our addressable market and giving us access to a number of customers that we've been struggling to get access to previously. So it's been a game changer for Napatech with this partnership, both with the access to the latest technology, with our collaboration with Intel, but also with the go-to-market aspects of this new partnership. There's a big pipeline of Intel customers looking for programmable network interface cards, and we together with Intel address those big opportunities, basically with much higher volume than what we've been producing before. The IPU has already been adopted by the hyperscalers as a core of their way of architecturing the data centers, and these hyperscalers like Facebook, Amazon, Google, with very big data centers, has for the last 6-7 years been using the same architecture to get an advantage of the performance in their data centers. What is happening in the market today is that the same kind of architecture is being copied by tier 2 cloud operators, by big telco operators, and by large enterprises. So they can basically get the same advantages in their infrastructure as the hyperscalers has been harvesting for the past couple of years. The big difference between these other segments of the market and the hyperscalers is that the hyperscalers have the manpower and the consumption of units basically to build their own solutions. They don't buy from other vendors. They design and produce and develop for themselves, and they do not sell their products to the market. The other types of customers don't have the scale to do it all by themselves, so they are looking for ready-made products in the market. They require complete solutions of hardware and software to perform what they need in their data centers, and that is specifically the solutions that we are offering to these kind of customers. We've been targeting same type of customers within our small niche previously, but now together with Intel, we are targeting a much bigger part of the market and a different scale of customers. If we look at the sales prices of our products, so basically this is a hardware component with a lot of software loaded on the card, and depending on the hardware components and capabilities and the software load on the card, prices range between $1,500 and sometimes sell above $10,000 a piece, with margins varying from around 55 to 90%, depending on the load of software. On average, in our historical business, sales prices have been around 4,000 a unit, and margins around 70%. So margins around 70% illustrate the fact that there's a big part of software integrated in the product. The margins on the hardware as a standalone, it's not possible to reach the level of 70%. In our historic niche market, we've been dominating for a long time with very few competitors. But in this new high-growth market that we are addressing together with Intel, we are competing head-to-head with big companies like NVIDIA, Marvell, Broadcom, and AMD. So very big customers, competitors in the field here. And of course, Napatech as a standalone company wouldn't be able to compete, but together with Intel, we have a very different competitive power here. Often, competition in these segments is a choice of technology, at least as the market is developing, with various different sets of technology trying to dominate the market. You get ASIC-based cards and solutions and SoC-based solutions. And a big part that the market analysts are estimating to dominate the market going forward is solutions based on this specific chipset, the FPGA, that we've been focused on for the past 20 plus years. And in this space, in the FPGA space, Intel is a dominating player. Just to give you an example of the scale and the transformation we are looking at with this new partnership, Napatech previously has been selling around 5,000, 6,000 units at a year. And some of these new customers, only one customer alone in this Intel pipeline could easily consume 5,000 units per year in itself. Some of them consuming even more. So this is basically customers with very, very big data centers with tens of thousands of servers being deployed, and as mentioned, every server need a NIC. So there's a huge demand for NICs and programmable NICs here. So this, of course, what we're looking at is a change in volume, and luckily, our business model is highly scalable. As mentioned, we have this US contract manufacturer that is highly automated, handling all of our production. And they could easily scale production volume to 10 times our current production. If we need to go beyond that capacity, we could roll in additional contract manufacturers and have them up and running within 9 to 12 months. So basically, scaling the business on the volume side is very doable because of this model of having contract manufacturers. And with these new big scale customers, basically how they purchase is in very high volume order pattern. So you have a very long sales cycle, winning the designs, and then a high volume buying power. And another attractive part of our model is that our products are not customer specific. They are standardized products that the mass market can consume. So we can easily sell to different customers. Summing up, getting ready for some questions. So a quick recap. Why is Napatech an interesting investment case? We have a world-class engineering team in Copenhagen who's been working with the FPGA chip for 20 years within this niche market. So we are very specialized in utilizing the technology, and we have more than 20 years of experience producing high quality and delivering to these big international customers. So we know the game, and this new partnership with Intel and specifically the new products of the IPU basically opens up an entirely new growth market for Napatech with transformational capabilities for us, and we have a big qualified joint Intel pipeline with lots of big customers, existing Intel customers that needs products like this. And last but not least, it's a highly leverageable business model with attractive margins targeting the mass market.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Heine. I think that we're almost out of time, so we'll just do a couple of brief questions. How should investors think about pricing for the IPO products, and what could the pricing depend on?
So basically the pricing, like the existing products, is partly hardware-driven, partly software-driven, and of course, all depending on volume. We sell and in our pipeline have different types of customer engagement, some requiring only a small software feature set. Our margins then would be lower. In very big volumes, of course, margins tend to be lower as well. And I mean, 4,000 plus is expected to be the average sales price at lower volumes. And as I mentioned, as in our existing product line, margins vary between 50 and 90%, all depending on the software load. And the same thing would go for this. For this very big customer opportunities that we have, it's early stage, and it's difficult for us to guess. We are targeting above 50%, but this is something that we will be investigating in the next couple of years.
Wonderful. That's very clear on the economics of the business and a crystal clear presentation. I'm afraid that we're out of time for this session, but thank you everybody for listening in.
Hi and welcome everyone to today's Investor Days at ABG. My name is Stefan Knutsson. I'm an equity analyst following the next company, which is Projektengagemang. And with me today I have the interim CEO Liselott Haglind. Welcome.
Tack Stefan och tack alla för att ni här och lyssnar in till Projektengagemang eller PE som vi också heter i dagligt tal. Liselott Haglind, tillförordnad vd och koncernchef, också till vardags finansdirektör. Har en historia tidigare från KPMG där jag var CFO och COO och innan dess så var jag 24 år på Sweco som finansdirektör bland annat för Sweco i Sverige. Jag tänkte vi skulle börja med att titta på en film. Det här är PE. Lika stolt varje gång när man ser den där filmen. Det är väldigt mycket samhällsnytta i de där projekten. Vår vision har varit tydlig från början. Vi vill förnya samhället med innovativa och hållbara lösningar. Och det gör vi varje dag. Vi har arkitekter och ingenjörer som jobbar i ungefär 13 000 uppdrag årligen åt ungefär 4 000 kunder. Marknaden för teknikkonsulter och arkitekter omsätter ungefär årligen 70 miljarder. Och om man delar in det på det som rör byggnader och deras närmiljö så är det ungefär 50 miljarder som vi konkurrerar med andra om. Och vår andel just nu är ungefär 2%. För ungefär 3 år sedan så satt vi en tydligare strategi där vi vill fokusera mer på byggnader och deras närmiljö. Och det är här vi kan vara som bäst. Det är den typen av kompetenser vi har och ska ha. Som ni såg på filmen så handlar det både om skolor, det handlar om dagis, det handlar om industri, energianläggningar. Det handlar om kommersiella fastigheter och också fastigheter kopplat till olika typer av samhällsfastigheter, alltså typ försvaret och så vidare. Vi är ungefär 750 personer idag, något färre än föregående år. Och det beror på att vi har minskat något med anställda inom några områden som har varit påverkade av den konjunktur vi har befunnit oss i. Jag kommer åter kring det alldeles strax. Vi är på ungefär ett 20-tal kontor idag och vi har stark framgång och positionering i de större städerna, Stockholm, Göteborg, Malmö, men också i Uppsala, Västerås och Karlstad, neråt Skövde och jobbar över hela landet. Det här är några exempel på projekt som ni också såg i filmen. Mellersta Sverige till exempel, som kommer att vara viktig framöver för oss, bland annat kopplat till de industrisatsningar som görs där, men också kopplat till att Sverige har gått med i NATO. Det kommer att ske en hel del infrastruktursatsningar, till exempel när man tittar på vad vi behöver göra kopplat till logistik från Oslo mot Stockholm. Så hela den mellan Sverige kommer att vara en viktig marknad. Just nu, några exempel. Vi hjälper bland annat till i ett projekt åt Re-Energy Frövi som ligger utanför Örebro, som ni säkert vet, där ett svenskt företag som heter Varm bygger ett jättelikt växthus där man ska odla 8000 ton tomater årligen. Och det här är ett av Sveriges grönaste industriprojekt, brukar man kalla det. Man får försörjningen, spillvärmen kommer från Billeruds kartongfabrik som ligger alldeles intill. Väldigt spännande projekt där vi hjälper till med en hel del olika saker, både bygglovshandlingar men också VVS-lösningar. Ett annat exempel i det här området är att vi hjälper Svea Solar med MKB:er och naturvärdesinventeringar, alltså allt som handlar om när man bygger någonting och man behöver förstå om det finns någon fauna eller någon djur som finns där som behöver tas om hand. Sol, vind och vatten är ju viktiga källor för att klara av den energiförsörjning som Sverige och näringslivet behöver för att kunna utvecklas i rätt riktning. Om vi går västerut så hjälper vi Perstorp Group. De ska ha en storskalig produktion kopplat till hållbar metanol som ska ersätta fossila råvaror. Och det här är också ett väldigt spännande projekt, kommer vara banbrytande för industrin. Här hjälper vi till med olika typer av konstruktion men också ansvar för olika markanläggningar. Och till sist då, norröver, en väldigt spännande marknad med allt som sker i norr kring den gröna omställningen. Här jobbar vi tillsammans med Swedavia för att bygga ut Umeå och Kiruna flygplats. Det här har vi erfarenhet från förut, bland annat på Arlanda, och här är våra arkitekter inblandade. Några exempel var det. Om vi blickar utåt mot marknaden så var ju 2023 ett svagt år. Marknadsläget har varit utmanande, framförallt kopplat till nyproduktion. Och året har också börjat i samma svaga läge, även om vi märker av att det sker en viss förändring och att det börjar komma in mer och mer nystartade uppdrag. Det här bostadsmarknaden, kommersiella fastigheter och samhällsfastigheter är ju det som har varit mest påverkat, och här är det likadant över hela branschen. Och trots att räntetoppen med all sannolikhet är nådd och vi har förhoppningar om att det kommer att komma fler räntesänkningar framöver, det hoppas vi alla på, så kommer det att ta en tid innan marknaden är i kapp. Men det bör ske saker efter sommaren som vi märker att då borde det ta fart. Och att man också tror att räntesänkningar kommer att komma skapar en hel del framtidstro. Och det är jobb som behöver komma igång för att vi ska kunna klara av att utföra dem under året också. Och med de makrotrender som råder kopplat till industri, energi, säkerhet och försvar och så vidare, så krävs det en mängd experter för att lösa de här problemen. Och därför är den underliggande efterfrågan av våra tjänster när marknaden kommer igång stark. Det behövs ingenjörer, det behövs arkitekter, det behövs miljöspecialister, konstruktörer, installatörer för att klara av att lösa samhällets utmaningar. Överlag så ser vi bland annat att man går ofta från nyproduktion till att ta hand om de byggnader som vi redan har. Och det beror ju bland annat på alla de krav som kommer med EU-taxonomin, men också att det är mer hållbart i längden. Vi ser att det rådande geopolitiska klimatet för med sig att man behöver investera i samhällets motståndskraft och också fastigheters motståndskraft. Och också med NATO då, med inträdet, så behöver det ske stora investeringar kopplat till hela vår resiliens i samhället. Och som jag sa nyss, det som rör vind, sol och vatten, energifrågan, hett ämne. Här behöver det också investeras för att vi ska kunna möta den här omställningen som näringslivet håller på faktiskt och driver rätt hårt. Många frågor som är komplexa. Här behövs det experter. Kort tillbakablick på 2023 som var ett utmanande år för delar av vår verksamhet. Då hade vi en omsättning på 882 miljoner kronor. Vi hade 5 miljoner i EBITDA-resultat och en marginal på 0,5%. I och med det här så vidtog vi kraftfulla åtgärder för att vända upp lönsamheten. Vi prioriterade försäljning, vi prioriterade intern effektivitet och kostnadskontroll. Och framförallt så rörde det de lokaler som vi har, där vi har varit riggade för ett ålderdomligt arbetssätt. Så vi vill också möta ett bättre sätt att arbeta för våra medarbetare. Vi har sagt att vi under några år här kommer att spara 40 miljoner kopplat till våra lokaler, och från 2025 så ska vi ha en årlig besparingstakt på 20 miljoner kronor. Fortsatt positionering har vi jobbat med, och det märks i våran EMPS och våran MPS som har varit god under året. Vi är fortsatt attraktiva som arbetsgivare och rankas som en av Sveriges mest där ingenjörer och arkitekter söker sig till. Man frågar 23 000 studenter. Och glädjande också under 2023 så fick vi motta Allbright-priset för börsens mest framträdande bolag som jobbar med mångfald och inkludering. Ett väldigt fint pris som vi är stolta över. 2023 handlade alltså egentligen om 2 frågor. Dels att ställa om lönsamheten och dels att positionera om verksamheten för att vara redo när marknaden vänder. För det kommer den att göra. Om vi sen går till kvartal 1 2024 så var det ett bra kvartal lönsamhetsmässigt för PE. Vi lyckats vända om marginalen, så vi gör en marginal på 8,3%. Och de åtgärder vi tar, framförallt kopplat till kostnadseffektivitet, visar sig då i att vi gör 18,2 miljoner kronor i resultat. Vi har fortsatt med vår försäljningsprioritering och växt i de områden som vi ser kommer väldigt mycket framöver. Vi har anställt personer som är duktiga på säkerhet, som är duktiga på konstruktion kopplat till industri till exempel. Och här har vi också tagit flera ordrar i kvartalet. Prisstrategin har legat fast. Vi har lyckats öka våra arvoden under kvartalet, vilket brukar vara en svår match när marknaden går ner. Men här lyckas vi bra, och det bidrar också till det här resultatet. Debiteringsgraden som vi mäter, alltså varje timme att vi ägnar det åt kund och projekt, den har gått ner något, och det beror på dels att vi har lotsat ut ett antal medarbetare under året, men också såklart på att det är en omställning i marknaden. Här finns det en stor potential, och vi har historiskt sett legat på mycket högre nivåer. Och då ska man komma ihåg att 1% debiteringsgrad gör 11 miljoner rakt av på EBITDA-resultatet. Med det så har vi tagit mycket och bra åtgärder för att ha en bättre grund och en bättre lönsamhet, kunna nå våra finansiella mål när marknaden vänder. Vårt samhälle är ju fullt av dessa utmaningar som ska lösas, och det är egentligen därför som PE finns. Vi är till för våra kunder att lösa de här samhällsutmaningarna. Och vi har också byggt vår affärsmodell efter det och på ett väldigt enkelt sätt. Det handlar om att driva PE på ett väldigt decentraliserat sätt, så våra chefer och medarbetare tar ansvar för kunder och marknad väldigt långt ut. Vi mäter också organisationen på det. Vi mäter EBITDA ända längst ut i verksamheten. Det bygger på 4 områden egentligen. Viktigaste ingredienserna är medarbetarna och deras personliga och professionella utveckling. Att man har en väldigt kundnära organisation och ser till att organisationen förstår att varje dag är det kunder vi ägnar oss åt. Det här mäter vi också på olika sätt. Och det är ju vid kunderna som vi gör mest nytta. Väldigt enkel modell, men någonting som är väldigt, väldigt viktigt för oss för att driva resultatet och tillväxten. Våra mål är både finansiella och vi har också hållbarhetsmål. De här satt vi 2023. De är indelade i lite olika områden, men de finansiella bygger på att vi ska ha en lönsamhet på över 10% över tid och en tillväxt på över 15% över tid, både organiskt och med förvärv. Vi ska ha en skuldsättning i förhållande till EBITDA som är max 2,5 gånger, och så ska vi kunna dela ut 30-50% av årets resultat. Om man tittar på hållbarhetsmålen så är de indelade i 3 delar. Vi ska ge hållbar rådgivning och kunskapsdelning. Alltså det vi gör om dagarna ska märkas av, och det ska mätas bland annat i MPS, men också i att vi frågar våra kunder hur de tycker att vi bidrar till hållbarhet. Vi ska driva utveckling för våra medarbetare så de trivs och vill rekommendera oss till andra. Och det mäter vi också med ENPS, men också med att vi mäter mångfald och inkludering. Och till sist governance. Våra medarbetare ska ta del av vår uppförandekod och vi jobbar hårt för att vara nettoneutrala när det gäller klimatpåverkan 2030. Ytterst viktiga de där och de hör väldigt mycket ihop i vår verksamhet som ni förstår, eftersom det är det här vi jobbar med hela dagarna. Avslutningsvis, en investering i PE är en investering i ett av Sveriges främsta konsultbolag på byggnader och deras närmiljö. Det är också en investering i ett bolag där kundernas efterfrågan drivs egentligen av globala megatrender. Vi har en bred och decentraliserad organisation som också är väldigt platt och agil och kan ställa om när konjunkturen vänder. Och de åtgärder som vi nu har tagit, som är att säkra lönsamhet men också att positionera om oss för att vara redo när marknaden vänder, gör att vi har stora möjligheter nu att leverera på både de finansiella målen men också på hållbarhetsmålen. Stort tack för det.
Tack så mycket Liselott. Jag tänkte följa upp med lite frågor. Börja med, ni har ju haft en längre period med fallande omsättning. Vad är det du ser nu som gör dig säker på att ni kan vända på den utvecklingen? Och då tänker jag dels marknadsmässigt men kanske också internt hur ni står rustade som bolag.
Vi har ju jobbat under flera år med framförallt den här PE-modellen som jag beskriver, för att sätta en mer tydlig linjeorganisation som är plattare än vad den var tidigare och också kommunicera ansvaret med att driva marknadsutveckling. Och under hela 2023 så jobbade vi med den här förflyttningen för att kanske gå mot en lite större exponering mot bostäder och kanske entreprenörer som vi hade sist, till att få en bredare bas med en hel del bredare bas egentligen kopplat till de megatrender där kunderna efterfrågar hjälp. Alltså energiomställningen, till exempel industriomställningen. Det finns en del i där som vi har gjort ett stort jobb till att flytta organisationen som gör att vi nu är bättre riggade för tillväxt.
Du nämnde ju NATO som en eventuell tillväxtdrivare framåt. Hur liksom, har ni gjort någon större analys vad det skulle kunna innebära och hur skiljer sig förutsättningarna mellan era olika segment just nu?
Ja, alla söker ju information och förstår för att förstå vad NATO egentligen innebär. Jag var i Skellefteå häromveckan och träffade både försvar och kommuner. Och det finns till och med frågeställningar över vart besluten ska fattas, vem som ansvarar för vad när NATO kommer att ställa sina krav på regionerna. Helt klart är att det kommer att ske en hel del investeringar i några få stråk, bland annat uppåt Norrlandskusten, där det kommer att behövas investeras i hamnanläggningarna. Det är ett stråk som jag sa, från Oslo till Stockholm, där transporter från Trondheim måste kunna gå smärtfritt ut mot kusten, mot Finland. Och så har vi ett stråk längre ner mot Göteborg med Halmstad, och det är också hamnar och infrastruktur egentligen. Men det är ju både det som är liksom mer hårt infrastruktursatsningar men även också civilrättsligt eller civilt försvar där vi behöver kunna ta emot soldater på våra sjukhus. Vi behöver kunna ställa om för att ta emot skadade och så vidare. Så att jag tror att vi är bara i början av att förstå alla satsningar som kommer att behöva göras.
Tack för det. Och sen om vi kollar lite längre ner då, liksom, trots den lägre omsättningen så gjorde ni ju stora framsteg på lönsamheten i kvartal 1 som du var inne på. Skulle du säga att bolagets nuvarande kostnadskostym ger er förutsättningar att nå 10% ebitda-marginal förutsatt en stabilare marknad då?
Vi gör inga prognoser, men med den grunden som vi nu har, den kostnadsstruktur som vi nu har, så känner jag mig trygg med att vi har möjlighet att nå våra finansiella mål. Och sen så, som jag sa, så är det ju så att marknaden behöver komma igång. Vi har ju fortfarande en bostadsmarknad som är väldigt trög. Det sker väldigt få nystartade kopplat till nyproduktion överhuvudtaget. Transaktioner har inte kommit igång, fastighetstransaktioner tillräckligt väl än. Så det kommer att ta tid innan marknaden är i kapp. Men helt klart så tycker jag att vi har mycket bättre förutsättningar för det nu.
Baksidan av att skära ner mycket kostnader kan ju vara att anställda kanske inte tycker att det är lika kul att vara kvar på bolaget. Har ni sett någon sån rörelse att ni har haft högre personalomsättning efter de här kostnadsnedskärningarna?
Vi har ju gjort val att reducera personalstyrkan inom vissa områden. Sen har vi en personalomsättning exklusive det som ligger i paritet med branschen. Under en mängd år nu så har det varit brist på ingenjörer och arkitekter. Så att det slits och dras åt båda håll här. Jag kan väl tycka så här att vår bransch och ingenjörer och arkitekter överlag är nog funtade som många andra. Att lika många som funderar över när vi gör åtgärder, lika många funderar varför man inte gör åtgärder. Så att jag tycker att vi har kunnat balansera det här bra och att det inte är fler som slutar på grund av det, utan vi har nog stärkt oss, skulle jag säga.
Låter lovande. Sen tänkte jag bara avsluta med en lite större fråga kring AI som är på allas läppar, och vi blir ju ständigt häpnade över hur kraftfulla verktygen redan är idag. Hur tror du AI kommer påverka byggbranschen i stort och kanske i nästa led också hur det slår på konsultbolagen som servar byggbolagen?
En jättestor fråga. Det är klart att, och det påverkar ju redan nu. Vi använder ju AI redan nu när vi till exempel ritar modeller eller när vi vill rita upp ett hus och använda olika material. Så byggbranschen överlag är ju väldigt konservativ, så det kommer ju ta tid och kanske främst beroende på utmaningarna med datakvalitet och vem som ska ha rätt till vad och så vidare. Här tycker jag ändå det finns ett öppet klimat i diskussionerna i branschen. Men vi kommer att se mer genererade modeller, genererade arkitektur till exempel. Vi ritar redan nu arkitektur genom ChatGPT framförallt, där det kan producera bild utifrån vad vi har beskrivit och så vidare. Och det kommer ju vara viktigt för både kvalitet och hållbarhet, ska jag säga. Man kan testa med stora mängder data den bästa lösningen helt enkelt. Sen så kommer det alltid att vara viktigt med kompetens, tror jag, och ha någon verklighetsdel i det här. Så att vi kommer väl att på något sätt förflytta värdekedjan på något sätt, eller kunskapsnivån i branschen skulle jag tro. Vi brukar prata om att man ser det nästan som en julgran istället för en kub eller en pyramid, ska jag säga. Där en viss del av det enklaste tjänsterna som vi utför kommer att utföras av andra, och sen så kommer vi ha en högre nivå i tjänsteutbudet egentligen. Mer och mer så knyter vi ihop också kompetenserna mellan våra områden. Det kommer också AI att underlätta och hjälpa oss att göra.
Stort tack för de svaren. Det var allt för idag. Jag vill tacka dig för att du kom hit och presenterade med oss.
Stort tack alla.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an analyst here at ABG. One of the companies I cover is Berner Industrier, formerly known as Christian Berner Techtrade. And with us now, we have the management of the company, CEO Caroline Reuterskiöld and CFO Henrik Norin. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Yesterday was actually a big day for us because we switched our name. So we've been working under the name of Christian Berner Techtrade since 2006. And we developed a way diverse group of independent, decentrally run companies. We realized that many people, including our own, often confused. We have 4 subsidiaries called Christian Berner with the group. So we realized it's time to switch a little so it's more clear what is the group and what is the subsidiaries. And to be honest, we can't blame Dagens Industri for shortening our name from Christian Berner Techtrade to something shorter, but of course when you do so, it actually becomes a subsidiary instead. So, but even as important as external people, like the press or investors are, more important are actually our customers. And it was when we realized that customers sometimes walk in the wrong direction and end up in the group website with all the investor information instead of coming to the more important place where you can find customer information on our products and our solutions. That's when we realized we really need to change, so it's not so switched. We are very proud of our heritage and our name, and it sort of lives on in Berner Industrier in the future. Another thing, the trade portion in our name can sometimes be a bit confusing because it somewhat implies that we are a classic trade organization with a huge warehouse eking a living out of buying things cheap and selling them more expensive. Not to say that we don't mind giving a good trade, but it's a bit more advanced than that. So what do? We like to say that we are part of the solution of creating a better society or a more sustainable society. As I mentioned, we have over the years grown into a group of companies, each working to solve one or a few of the many challenges we are facing at this very moment, be it access to sustainable energy, responsible use of water, or responsible use of materials overall. Often we do act as a distributor, for us meaning that we scout the markets for the best possible products out there and solutions, putting them together for a solution to our customers, often very complex issues. However, we have also products of our own, which are leading in their respect. On the right-hand side is actually the interior of an electric boiler from Sander & Ingeström. This is actually not the one that they're most famous for, because this is a simple low-voltage boiler, but that's the picture we got. This picture was taken by one of our engineers, Stefan, when he was making an FAT on site. Only lighten it up a little bit so you can see the impressiveness of the situation. This principle is very simple. Our MD for Sander & Ingeström used to joke and say, we boil water, which is true. We boil water into hot water and steam, which is used all over the process industry or in heat and power plants. And this has been done for years and years, of course. But the thing is, a lot of the times you do that through fossil fuels. So you burn a little oil or a little gas or something else, and then you heat the water, and then you use it. Nowadays, that's a bit old-fashioned. More fashionable is to use electricity. And very few companies globally are able to do that with high voltage the way that we can, or our subsidiaries Sander & Ingeström can. So that means, of course, that for every boiler that Sander & Ingeström installs, there's less CO2 in the world. And meaning the world gets to be a better place. So that makes us very happy to go to work. Let's see if we can do it here. Well, we actually started out somewhere else. A young Norwegian named Christian Berner combined technological skills with a talent for languages when he was moving from Norway, or actually that was also Sweden at the time. We were moving from Oslo region to Gothenburg. And he realized, like many others at that time, that Sweden could benefit from the technological advantages elsewhere, outside of our little country that was not really at the forefront at that time. The car was just invented, a diesel engine was just invented, cathode ray tubes were invented. It was an explosion of technology at the time, and he realized he wanted to take it in. Though he went in for an area equally important for a young man on the West Coast at the time, which was a brewery business. So he started out with equipment and materials for brewery companies, and later branching out into dairy products, etc. Of course, this was by no means a very unique business idea. In fact, there were two other gentlemen named Mr. Bergman and Mr. Beving who would go on and do the same 9 years later. However, this man quickly took on the Nordics. And if you look at the years and you know your history, you see that this guy is quite adventurous, jumping into Finland in 1923, for instance. The first owned milk bottling machine was launched in 1936, and in the 1970s we branched out into new areas of technical plastics, pumps and instruments, etc., and continuing to build the group through businessmanship. The third generation took over in 1999, and introducing the group on a stock exchange, first on First North 2014, and then 2017 on the main market. And that also gave us the power and the muscles to make even bigger acquisitions. Before we made acquisitions for entering, getting more distribution. Now we could make standalone companies. So that's how companies like Sandrin Ingeström and Swedenborg entered into our fold. Fast forward to 2022, myself and Henrik joined. And we have since augmented the governance model a little, increased the decentralization in the group, with other words. And part of the cultural shift actually involved moving the headquarters to Stockholm, and now the final shift in changing the name. So, why are we so excited about being here today? Well, for starters, we have diverse operations. We have exposure to several key sectors such as water treatment, energy production, sustainable industry. So that places us at the heart of the changes in society and the heart of the issues that we are facing at the moment. Our businesses have in common that they all have proven business models. We have high technical expertise, and often with a piece of service on the side. And our employees are very often highly experienced. Often they are seen as authorities within their specific fields. Our collective experience and in-depth knowledge is what helps us to keep our customers, keep production costs down, reduce resource and energy consumption, increase efficiency, and become more sustainable overall. We have a lot of connections out there, which makes us an attractive partner also for suppliers in that sense. So we have a constant curiosity around what solutions can be best used and can be quite nimble and fast-footed in terms of putting them together using experience. And then our portfolio also includes some leading products of our own. The boiler we just talked about. Swedenborg has world-leading dampers, I would say. I don't know if anyone will say otherwise, but I claim so. We'll go back into that. So that gives us a lot of interesting growth and profitability opportunities. Speaking of what Swedenborg actually does, here we have Linda with one of our bigger dampers. Dampers can be used in a lot of places, and one place where we actually use them can be in carbon capture. And carbon capture is not just about the pie in the sky of sucking out carbon capture out of the air. It's actually used in battery production, in other areas where you need super clean air and need to control what's in it. And Swedenborg is very interesting in this area because their dampers are by far the tightest in the industry. And why is that important? Well, if you have a tight seal, then you can reduce the need for a barrier air, which means that you can reduce the energy usage that you need all the time when you use that. So again, that's what we're trying to look for. First, the problem, solve it, and then try to make it slightly better. Another interesting thing is what Christian Berner in Norway has done on the back of knowing a lot of companies out there. They've actually created a solution facilitating when you're using sludge. When you're drilling a tunnel, you're using water to cool the drill head, and you're also using water to keep all the dust and everything from flowing in the air, etc. And that water needs to be handled. And typically what you do is you take that water filled with, or sludge actually, and you put it in a tank and you drive it far away to a basin where it's sediments, and then you can use the water again. It takes a lot of time. The basins are quite ugly, and of course, a lot of transportation costs. So what Christian Berner did was to create a mobile solution using several different products so that you can actually filter clean the water on site, reducing the need for transportation, reducing the need for ugly basins. We already mentioned that we have increased the decentralization in the group. And the first key element of being able to do so was what Henrik and I did just when we got in, was actually changing the organization and switching the business area setup. Because the business areas of yesterday were more product focused and cut through the company lines. And all of you who have done any kind of financial reporting know how difficult it is when someone wants to cut the cake in several different parts. It creates a lot of internal admin of allocating costs left, right, and center. And it's a nightmare to follow up and understand where value is created. So what we did is that we said in the eyes of decentralization, this has to follow business units, because each managing director of the company needs to be master of his or her own universe. So we rearranged the business areas to follow business lines. It doesn't actually mean that we have a lot of structure here. We don't have a lot of business area heads or anything. They're still just reporting straight to me and to Henrik. But it's much clearer, both from the outside for you guys to understand what we're doing, and it's immensely easier for us, both to make sure that our MDs are fully capable of driving their own destiny, and also to make sure that we don't do unnecessary internal admin. So we already talked about what Sander Ningeström partly does and what Swedenborg partly does, together with Bullerbekämpare, another small company that we added that works with noise reduction. They make up energy and environment. All of those are relatively recent additions. What you probably think about when you think about us is on the left-hand side, we have 4 units called Christian Berner, all founded more than 100 years ago, all of them, and still very much going strong. They are more active in distribution in very different areas, but they do have some own products as well. And we've added Empac recently, who works in reducing food waste through smart packaging, and actually also, while there is some waste, taking care of that. One example is just recently installed I would say a circular way of handling waste up in the north with Hurtigruten, where they grow their carrots up in the north of Norway, then they drive around with tourists, and then they take the food waste, they make it into fertile soil again to grow new carrots. To be simple, they probably have more than carrots in their food, but something like that. So all in all, we have 8 subsidiaries of various sizes and 2 relatively evenly sized business areas, but of course with different setups. Here we go, that one. So we talked about decentralization. So we really started focusing on that when we got in. That's very important. And it has gradually had positive effects. We see that profitability improves when the power of the subsidiaries is placed where it should be, and they can use their energy for business rather than internal administration. And that's actually contributed to having the highest results in the history last year, without any acquisitions, actually. It was all organic. But the journey doesn't stop there. We strive for each company to reach their full potential, which can be a little bit different for each of them, through clear management by objectives combined with room for entrepreneurship. In fact, now we actually touch upon something that is sacred to me personally, to say. almost. We are fully convinced that the best decisions are made where the information is the highest. And of course, that's very close to the customer, very close to the supplier. Additionally, we have several different business models in our group, all from larger projects into smaller deals, into constantly recurring businesses, etc. And that means that we have a few ways of steering, we have a few ways of follow-up, and we have a few optimums that we are looking for. So if all would have the same target, the bar would be set way too low for some, and for some way too high. And I'd say that both of those things are really bad. They're equally bad. Because you want to be stretched all the time, so you can't have a too low bar. But you can't put it too high either, because then you just give up. You don't try to strive for it. So it has to be exactly right for each company. And the picture on the right is from Mölnlycke. And I think that's a good way of illustrating what we're aiming to do. Because you need to be nimble in terms of uncertainty, and that we seen with times when the supply chains were hard, we had to increase stock, and then we decrease it again, so you had to be very flexible. And now we're touching about another strong aspect of our business that we're very excited about, and then I'm happy to give room to Henrik.
Thank you. Okay, so why Berner Industry? We are, with low investments needs in the existing businesses and a fairly reasonable leverage, cash can be used for acquisitions. And we have a decentralized governance model that makes us efficiently incorporate and take on the new acquired companies. It's also that our decentralized governance model actually is attractive for entrepreneurs when they have sold, so they can stay and to continue to develop the businesses. We have increased the sales by 9% over the last year since 2018. And last year, we increased the sales with 12% compared to 2022. Last year, we had all of that increase organically. The maintained gross margin during the recent time of high inflation underlines the business acumen we have among our employees, because our gross margin has maintained on a very good level during these hectic times. Moreover, our efficiency work with internal work and reducing administration has also supported the profit growth. So we reached 7.2% last year, actually 72% above 2022. As a group, we are light in investing in fixed assets, meaning our focus is on profit and working capital. These create clear objectives for each of the business units, so they can optimize the result, optimize the focus to find both profitability and efficiency in the working capital. We have a group target of 25% on return on equity. It's transferred over to separate company individual targets measured on EBITDA over working capital. Since working capital is fully manageable by the subsidiary and lays in the hand, they can take the proper decision they need to do along the business. And the recent improvements are visible. You can see our figures have the right direction. And then with the legacy of these distribution businesses, acquisitions were mainly done by adding on more distribution rights and integrated into the existing legal entities. The shift, which took place until 2016. The shift came 2018 when Sander Ingeström was acquired. Since Sander Ingeström was of a larger size and different businesses and a very strong brand, this was a wise and good decision to remain with the legal entity. Since then, acquired companies has remained with the legal entities, and we have not acquired yet any company, but that's our also strong preferred main agenda, to acquire companies, keep the entrepreneurs, focus on delivering to customer, making results, and keeping the employees. And that's the responsibility of the subsidiary. Despite we have not acquired anything 2022 and 23, we are fully dedicated to this important part. Price is one of the reasons why we have not made any hit during this period. On the other hand, we have put our own house in good order, which you can see, and it's visible in the balance sheet.
So first, quick summary. We have established that we are in a good marketplace. We have a governance model in place and great cash generation. And lastly, but not least, we have stable and committed ownership. We have 3 larger owners with a long-term horizon, including the main owner in the 3rd generation, with the 4th showing interest. We have a management team with long experience from similar technology-driven, niche-focused, decentralized organizations and M&A experience in all of that. We have a set of relevant goals set by our shareholders to ensure growth, to ensure margin, as Henrik mentioned, to give you a return on equity of more than 25%. And of course, with a sound balance sheet, so 35% leverage. We are proud to be able to show development in all of these, to reach all but the margin target. But we're well on our way. We increased EBITDA by 72% last year, as Henrik mentioned. So we're closing in. Well, actually, I'm not going to delve on this one, but it was nice. We have a good development on the stock exchange last year, and it is said that a prophet has little honor in his hometown, but we were actually mentioned in Göteborgs-Posten when they looked at the local companies and how they fared on the stock exchange last year. So with a 48%, which is much higher than the 15.5% in the market as a whole. And finally, the first quarter results we reported a month ago. It was somewhat hesitant decision-making that we saw in Q4. It spilled over a little bit into Q1 initially, leading to slower order intake, but increasing again towards the end. Fairly expected, actually, with all the talks about the interest rates and when are they coming down, etc. It's quite natural that they get slowed down. The underlying need is there, however. We are solving critical issues like modernization of Käppala and Henriksdal that I think a lot of us are affected by, or at least it's important to a lot of us. So what remains strong is our cash generation. We have worked systematically to strengthen our balance sheet and make sure that we unleash the cash generated in the business. So we had a cash flow of more than 3 times of last year in Q1 alone. And our net debt to EBITDA ratio is now below 0.5. This one calculated without the IFRS 16 effects, but it's quite low if you include that as well, for all of you who like to calculate and look at those things. So we think that these improvements are a testament to the potential that we see in the business as a whole. And that's what attracted Henrik and myself to the business in the first place. We see that we have great potential here, and we are happy to see that it's starting to show. So all in all, we see our group as more of an anchor, meaning that we are exposed to the underlying trends. And we bring the technological skills that are quite hard to pin down. Not the same technological skills as the guys out there, but the hands-on experience that is really hard to get because you can't get it from a chatbot. You have to You have to actually be there. You have to be there running those pumps, serving them, and seeing what actually happens when you run them. So we are very happy to be here in this place, and we hope that if there is any interest in us, then please feel free to ask questions.
Thank you very much for that, Caroline and Henrik. I'll sneak one quick question in here. You touched a bit upon it, but I was wondering if you could expand on the order intake situation. You've had a very nice trend with sales and margins growing over the past 2 years, but now order intake was a bit weaker in the past 2 quarters. How should we think about that vis-a-vis sales going forward?
Yes, I'll say so far we've seen. We've to start off, we actually come from a situation where we had record high order books in 2022 when supply chains were hampered. So for us, it's been a bit nice to be able to eat off a little bit of backlog that's been there because of delivery things. So we are not sitting with any empty order books now, any worry of that kind. We saw it as quite inevitable and not surprising to see that slow down. It's only natural when you have a lot of uncertainties in the market, especially if you're expecting your interest rate lowering. It's natural that you wait with the decision. Or if it's been going upwards, you have to then return and get a new decision, etc. During that. So we're not overly worried, but of course we look around us and we try to figure out what's going on. But so far, what we've seen has mainly been postponements of orders. Not that they've been cancelled or that they've gone to someone else.
All right. Thank you very much for that. I think that's all we have time for.
Hi, welcome again. My name is Renato Rios, and I am a stockbroker here at ABG. With us, we have Promimic and its CEO, Magnus Larsson. Promimic is a Swedish publicly traded company with a market capitalization of around 600 million SEK, and they specialize in manufacturing, marketing, and selling of biomaterials that improve something called osseointegration. Without further ado, please, Magnus, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm here today to talk about Promimic and our product, HA Nano Surface, that improves osseointegration. And osseointegration is a very complicated word for implants growing into bone. So that is what we do, and improving integration and a growth journey has a double meaning. First, our technology improves healing, and it helps bone cells grow onto the implant surface. And the second part of the growth journey is the company growth journey. So my name is Magnus Larsson. I'm the CEO of Promimic, and I have my colleague Heidi Bader with me here as well. This quarter has been a lot of investments for Promimic. We moved to GoCo Health Innovation City, which is a newly built life science cluster outside of Gothenburg in Mölndal. We also invested into a new laboratory, which we increased our capacity more than double to meet future demand. We did the same thing in our plant in Warsaw, Indiana, where we process our products, and we also have an office in in Austin, Texas. This is the product that we provide. This is a super thin surface modification of implants that goes into bone in the orthopedic field and in the dental field. This emanates from research from Chalmers University in Gothenburg, and those small spikes that you see on this image, magnified 60,000 times in a microscope, mimics human bone in a very natural way, meaning that the cells cannot make a difference and will distinguish a difference between the human cells and this biomaterial. The real beauty with our technology is that it's super thin, so you can modify any type of implants, any material of implants, so it's kind of future-proof. You can also use it for future implant materials and design, such as 3D printing and porous structures. If you read about it elsewhere, the technology and the material is called hydroxyapatite, HA, and has been used for a very long time, but the uniqueness with our surface, it is the super thinness that makes it able to go through all the cavities in the implants and cover the whole implant without clogging any pores or any porous structures. What you see here on your left is traditional coating, which is plasma sprayed that blocks and clogs porous structures, and it does not allow modern technology to be used, such as 3D printing. Our surface also enhances hydrophilicity. And what you can see to your right here is this image is water climbing against gravity up on the implant surface, surrounding the entire implant with, in this case, water, but in life, in a patient, it would be blood. This is the uniqueness. We call that a wow effect, or our customers call it a wow effect. Our technology helps a 3D printed porous implant to be totally covered with blood that is the essential start of the healing phase. This is a regular trauma screw used in daily practice every day all over the world. And last but not least, our material or our technology can also be used on inert materials like PEEK. This material is widely used in the spine area, and we can make it hydrophilic, suck up the blood, and start the healing phase. This technology is today used in over 1.5 million implants around the world. So the technology has clear proof of concept. We are accepted by FDA and regulatory authorities in Europe and elsewhere, also South America and globally. We have conducted more than 30 preclinical studies, and one of our customers is also conducting clinical studies, and there are 3 of them right now. So we are way beyond the situation where there is a doubt that this technology works or not. This is an example of where in the body where our technology is being used. As you can see, dental implants, orthopedic implants. We also used in thoracic closure after open heart surgery. You close the thorax to help healing. The better healing you have, the better prognosis the patient have. To give you a few examples of our customers, Oncosurgical is a very small but very unique company. Previously, when you had skeleton cancer, you had to amputate a limb, a leg or an arm. They, with their implant system, can provide the limb to stay on the body, and they do it with an implant, and the colors that was also showed on the initial image or slide in this presentation is the color that goes into the bone section and meets the bone from this implant. They had a very simple question. They wanted to have the best product on the market to surface modify their implant in these very severe cases, helping patients drastically. But again, this is very difficult patients, and to have a good quality of life when you have skeleton cancer is quite a substantial improvement. Innovis, they were used to call DJO, if you're familiar with the space. One of the 10 biggest orthopedic companies. Our technology is on the femoral side of their knee implant that is used in non-cemented indication. Non-cemented indication is also a future trend in a lot of areas in the orthopedic field, going away from cement. The 2 bottom ones are our 2 biggest customers. Alphatec is a spine company, is one of the fastest growing spine companies in the entire market. They have selected our technology to go on all of their implants that goes into bone. SIN is our first customer. It's a Brazilian dental company. They had the first market with our technology in the market in 2016. They were number 4 in the marketplace at that time. Today they are number 2, challenging number 1, and they are taking the technology, our technology, on their implants into the US and also running it out globally. I think the next enters they will do is in India. So, a little bit of our business model. We have a license-based royalty model, meaning that our customers pay a license fee to use our technology on a yearly basis. We also have development fees or development milestones, if you may say so. We charge for developing the product of the customer in our laboratory in Mölndal. Then when we do an SOP, it's a specific recipe, how you modify this type of implant in an optimal way. When that is done, if the customer is US-based, all of them send their products to NPI, which stands for Nano Processing Inc. It's our joint venture with our partner Danco Medical in Warsaw, Indiana, where we do the processing of the implants. After that, they go to sterilization and packaging, and then out to the customer. When the implant is sold, we get royalty on the ASP, the price of the sold implant, by the customer. And We reported our Q1 numbers yesterday, which is quite late in the cycle for many, and I also always, or almost always, get questions why. The reason is we are getting royalty report from our customers 30 days after their closure, and we need a few weeks to do our reporting before we get the final numbers. And we would like to report the final numbers in our reporting. So what drives the market we are in? Basically, our market drivers are the same as the dental and orthopedic markets for implants are driven by. Mainly, a lot of companies are looking for differentiation in the marketplace. How can their product be different? And our technology is a true differentiator. We see our customers getting premium pricing, and they also get a marketing story telling to improve healing when it is difficult. We also see younger patients getting put on the operating table. Younger and younger people are replacing knees, hips, elbows, shoulders, or other type of joints. We also see that patients are getting more and more heavy. Obesity, and as a consequence of obesity, most people on the operating table have type 2 diabetes, which is hampering healing in these patients. We see that our technology, and it was just published a study in this area, an animal study, that shows that we are normalizing healing pattern in compromised bone situations. So yes, we do significantly create a value for these patients. Also, the patient population around the world is getting older, and we still need or want to be active at higher age. We want to play golf, go onto the boat, maybe go skiing, and you can do that with modern technology if you replace a joint. And also elderly people have a slower healing phase, and we can help them getting back in business, so to speak, in an earlier time point. And also, as I mentioned in the beginning, a new technology like 3D printing, porous structure of implants, creates a demand for better ingrowth of bone, and with our technology, we can improve ingrowth and on-growth of bone onto implant so they last longer. Our ultimate goal is to have a better outcome than we have today, but that will take time. So that's basically the market we are in and what we can contribute for value in this marketplace. So what is the basis for our growth, the company growth? New customers, meaning new license agreements, is number one. And number two is new products on the market. And this first quarter was a record quarter. We had all-time high for cleared devices by FDA for our customers. 9 new devices were cleared by FDA. So the highlights for this quarter was all-time high clearances. It was, again, investing for the future, both here in Sweden and in the US, making sure that we can fulfill the needs and demands of our customer, meeting future demand. The core business grew with 79%, and overall growth in the company was 40%. And going into the financials, we had a sale of 8.7 million Swedish. Total revenue was a little bit over 9. We are not profitable as of today, but we are working on it. We had a little dip in cash flow due to all the investments that we do. But overall, we are on the right track. We are growing the company, taking in more customers, and adding more products on the marketplace. The different income streams that we have, you can see it here on this slide. The red part of the bar is products and services sold. The products that we do is a coating liquid. This coating liquid is used in production in the process of modifying the implants. And our services sold is the development dollars that we receive from our customers. The blue bar is the processing at MPI. It's the processing fee that we help customers get surface modification onto their implant, and the gray bar is our license and royalty fees that we invoice quarterly. So you can see that Q1 is lower than all other quarters every year. So that's the cyclic part of our business. The license fee is invoiced in January every year and accrued across the 12 months of the fiscal year. Again, this is our core business, the royalty and license fee of products sold from our customers. We see a very nice growth quarter by quarter moving forward. And to summarize it here, you can see that the business of royalty and license and NPI is the main driver of our growth, and products and services sold is a little bit less part of our business. We have the luxury in being in a very profitable business. Our gross profit dropped a little bit this quarter to 89%. Our aim is to be over 90% moving forward. So long term, we have communicated one long-term objective, and is that we are aiming to reach 100 million Swedish in turnover by the end of 2026, and our profitability would be around 40%. On this path, our first quarter, we had 8.7 million in sales. Rolling 12 months, calculate that, we are going towards 40 million in 2024. We went to the stock market 2 years ago. We took in 80 million, and we still have 46 of them in the bank. So we are capitalized to move forward. We have money to do the investment we need to do to grow this business. We will not ask the market for more money just to keep us going. The only reason why if we want to come back to the market, if we find an acquisition to do. So basically, this was the growth plan that we communicated at our IPO. So we took in the 80 million. We formed the NPI Processing Corporation in the US. We are focusing on creating momentum in our US sales team. USA is our main focus. We have selected 146 companies that we target, focus the target on them. We see a strategic fit between our technology and their implants. We are constantly developing existing customer to improve profitability. For us, it's much easier to develop a new product with an existing customer than go after a new one. Of the 9 new products you saw launched this quarter, 2 of them come from new customers and 7 are from our existing customer base. We have moved to GoCo. We have increased or taken the decision, and as we speak, we are establishing the new 2 processing lines in Warsaw, Indiana, and we are looking into new market developments as we speak. So to sum this up, why should you invest in ProMimic? Yeah, first of all, I think we are in a growing market. There's a high profitability in the market. The contracts that we do, the business we're in, is quite sticky. Our contracts span over 15 years, 5 + 5 + 5. So it's a slow-moving business. It takes time to get in there and to grow, but when you're in the business, you're in there for a long period of time. And financial turmoil, now we see the opposite. This slide tells you increasing interest rates. Now we're going the right direction, but our business is not very affected by those type of things. We have an established technology. We have more than 40 approvals from the FDA. So the technology is proved to work, and it works well. Last but not least, we are in the forefront of development. Our technology is future-proof. New type of implants, new materials, new methods to produce implants like 3D printing and porous structure is in our favor. We are one of the few surface modification that can do this. And the value that we create for customers, most of our customers, if not all, have gained a margin increase, a premium pricing in the marketplace with our technology. So with that, I leave it to questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Magnus. Let's see if we can get some of these questions here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the financial targets to start with. You have a target of reaching 40% EBITDA.
Yes.
You are a bit far from that.
Today, yes.
Today.
You're right.
But it would be interesting to know what type of active choices are you taking in your organization to move from, obviously growth is part of that, but I mean to move from this, or to control the cost base so that you can actually reach that target, which is within 5 years.
Yeah, if what we see, we have built the bottom up with the customers base we have today. We need to add 3 to 4 new customers every year. The main part of those 100 millions that we will close the books in 2026 will come from existing business today. It takes about 12 months from signing of a contract until our customers have a product on the market. So it's quite a long time. If you talk about medtech, if you talk about pharma, this is a very short period of time. But yeah, this is the case. So what we have built today, we are pretty sure to reach. It would be a benefit if we get higher than 100 million, but I'm pretty confident that we will reach the 100 million. And again, if we say we can reach the 40% in EBITDA, we have to manage our cost to be able to do so. We always keep an eye on cost, but we will not be, how should I put it? We will not be too cost conscious. If we find an area where we can grow even further, we might look into this, but we will, when we take such a decision, we will communicate it to the market. An acquisition would be that type of thing, or if we find a research area that we're in right now that we would like to invest even more in, that will be such a case. But that will bring a brighter future if we take such a decision.
Thank you. Clear. How about the competitive landscape? How does that look like? I imagine that it is an attractive segment. It's very profitable.
Yes.
Do you have any direct competitors that are trying to take market shares from you?
We don't see a direct competition with a similar thin surface modification emerging into the market right now. However, like I said in the talk, the market is not really agile. A lot of companies are protecting their big products with existing technology, so it's the slow motion of the market that is our biggest competitor. You know, we don't want to touch our main cash cow to change it. So let's do a small product to start with, and if that's successful, we might transfer some of the customers over to this. So it's a little bit slower than other type of markets, but it's a long-term commitment on all our customers and also for us. And with the gross margins that we have, I think we can wait a year or two, but we will eventually get there.
Thanks. One more question. You mentioned something about one of your clients having some issues with supply chains, that you said that affected ProMimic negatively. Was that a negative impact on sales that you experienced?
Yeah, one of our biggest customer had some supply issues during Q1. That is solved now, and we will do some catch up in the quarters to come. But that was something that was out of our control. But like I said, and you said it also, it affected us in Q1. But I don't think it will affect the total number for the year. and it was an issue that is now resolved, and we are moving forward, and we're trying also to help them to catch up with production and modification of implants.
And lastly, M&A. You guys are opportunistic there?
Yes, we are. We are looking, we're not spend every day looking, but we are actively scouting for technologies that would be complementary or synergistic to our own technology. Might be in the bacterial prevention area, could be other areas that would have a synergistic effect. We don't have anything on the radar screen right now, but like I said, that's an area, if we find something really interesting, that's what we were going to look into.
Okay. Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you very much
for being here. And that's all we have time for now.
Hi, and welcome back to ABG's Investor Days. My name is Lara Matadi, and I work as an equity research analyst here at ABG. Here with me today, I have Per Vitalisson, CEO of Oilers Vind, who will present the company, and it will be followed up with a shorter Q&A. Please, go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. This picture is showing our project Storsjön that is under construction. So just to give you some perspective of the size of the wind turbines and the wind industry, I just want to mention a couple of facts here. These turbines, they have 170-meter rotor diameter, meaning that the blades are more or less 85 meters long. So each turbine, the blades sweep over a circle that is 2.3 hectares that we hold up against the wind to harvest energy and convert it to renewable electricity. And that is only one turbine. And in this project, there's 42 turbines, producing in total 0.8 terawatt hours a year. So you would basically need 11 or 12 of these projects to produce the same amount of electricity as the largest nuclear reactor in Sweden, Oskarshamn 3. So Eolus is a developer of renewable energy. We develop, sell, and construct renewable projects. And our preferred point and our preferred business model is to sell around financial investment decision at the point when construction starts, and then we construct on behalf of our customers. That gives us a quite asset-light business model in an industry which is very capital intense. We don't own any operating assets ourselves, but we are providing technical and commercial asset management services to our customers, so we operate the projects on behalf of them. So we have almost 1 gigawatt under asset management, meaning that around 3 terawatt hours of electricity production flows through the screens in our operating surveillance center in Halmstad. We've been in the industry for more than 30 years. We have grown significantly during the last years. So we're now soon we'll reach 150 employees. And we have more or less doubled the project portfolio during the last 3 years. And this is based on that there is a huge demand for renewable energy in all the markets where we are active. Our idea is to provide decentralized renewable power at affordable prices for consumers and energy-intense industry. We're active in 7 countries, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Poland. We have a small partnership in Spain, and we have a quite significant part of our business in US, in the southwestern states of California, Nevada, and Arizona. So our project portfolio is split over 250 projects, split between different technologies and markets and in different stages of maturity, with the aim to provide as steady flow of projects from the pipeline as possible. We are more or less agnostic when it comes to what renewable technologies we could work with. So that's why we have onshore wind, offshore wind, solar PV projects, and energy storage projects in the portfolio. In most of the markets where we are active, we see that onshore wind will have the lowest cost of energy, that is the lowest cost per produced megawatt hour at least for the nearest decade. So we focus a lot on onshore wind. In some markets like Spain and southwestern US, solar PV can produce at a lower price than onshore wind. But absolutely in the Nordics, that onshore wind will be the cheapest production method. If we look at, for instance, the political target in Sweden, in Tidöavtalet, it is that Sweden should reach electricity production of 300 terawatt hours until 2045. We had a production of 163 terawatt hours last year. Roughly 80 terawatt hours is expected to be needed to be phased out before 2045. So that means that we need to add roughly 210 terawatt hours of new production until 2045. That means the equivalent to one nuclear reactor each year, 2024, 2025, 2026. And so on. And of course, that is impossible. It is impossible to do it with only wind power. It's definitely not possible to meet that with only onshore wind. So we will definitely need a lot of different technologies to meet this. And the interesting thing is also what's the cost of the new electricity. There is no use in developing or constructing projects which cannot produce at the price that industry and consumers are not willing to buy at. So that will be very interesting for the years to come to see where that balance sits. And that, of course, have a huge impact on, for instance, build out of grid capacity and where the large connection points should be. That's this example of the political situation is a reason for us to have a diversified portfolio over different markets. So we have almost half of the portfolio in Sweden. We have 20% in Finland and in the US. The Swedish portfolio is boosted by some offshore projects that I will speak of in a while, and we also have some in Finland. We presented our Q1 report last week. We had a loss in the quarter due to that no new sales were announced, and due to that we have low construction activity during the winter quarter. So when looking at the Eolus, there will always be volatility in net sales and in profits. So look for long trends and look for what projects are in the pipeline. And this is why we're also presenting figures for rolling 12 months, where we had 2 billion SEK of net sales with a net profit of 556 million SEK. We've also had the annual general meeting since then, so the dividend was decided 2.25 SEK per share. It's being paid out today, I think. And there was also approval of a mandate for the board of directors to repurchase up to 10% of the shares in the market. And that could be a way to adjust our capital structure. We have a financially very sound company. I would say for a long time we've had an equity to asset ratio exceeding 50%, and our target is to not go below 30%. I spoke already a little about the driving forces behind the dramatic increase in renewables. It's both politics and market forces that are phasing out fossil fuels. So it's very interesting to be in a company and in an industry here in the crossroads of megatrends of electrification and sustainability. And it has been evident during the last years that Europe needs to increase its self-supply of energy and cannot be so dependent on import of fossil fuels or gas from Russia, of course, as the most obvious example. So there are a lot of initiatives on, for instance, on EU level, the Green Deal, Fit for 55, Repower EU, the Renewable Directive, etc., that urges and encourages the member states to speed up the transformation to make Europe's power system much more resilient. And also for us in the US, the market is really boosted by the Inflation Reduction Act as well. That is a massive federal support scheme for to speed up the transition of the US energy system to renewables. I just walk through the markets where we are active and how we view them and what we're doing there. I said almost half of our portfolio in Sweden. Quite many offshore wind projects for the reasons I mentioned. We will see going forward a lot of hybrid projects, meaning combinations of wind and solar and battery systems on site to make them producing more stable power and then being more valuable for the system. We have under construction the Storsjösjön project in Sundsvall and Timrå municipalities. 32 out of 42 turbines have passed the test run, and we expect to complete this project after summer. And this is the partnership between Eolus and Hydro Rein. And we have sold the project to MEAG and Hydro and are constructing it on behalf of them. And Hydro Energy has also provided a long-term PPA, a power purchase agreement, to the project. Next in line in Sweden is 3 wind projects in the south of Sweden, where we have a deficit of power, and power prices are higher in the 2 price areas in the south. It's Fågelås, Boarp, and Dållebo, totaling 88 megawatt and 300 gigawatt hours of expected production. We have started the construction, and we are in the sales process for these projects. And we expect them to be in full operation during Q4 2025. When it comes to offshore wind, we have announced that we are doing a strategic review of the portfolio, and that could include to bring on partners in the earlier development phase. We have already 4 permit applications submitted. 3 of them are on the Swedish government's table, and 1 is in the environmental court. And of course, it's a extremely capital intense, the late stage development for offshore project and the engineering and procurement and construction. So we are looking to team up with partners to really get these projects realized in the end. In the Baltics, I would like to highlight this project, Pienava, especially. It's a 158 megawatt project, so around 20 turbines in open farmland landscape in Latvia. We expect to start construction early next year. So we're starting up now with procurement and soon go into the sales process. And this will be the largest wind project in Latvia when it is in operation, expected during 2027. Finland is an interesting and growing market for us. During 2023, we both entered into a partnership with Finsilva, who is a large landowner, to get access to projects on their land that we are developing now. And we also acquired the renewable division of YIT, the construction company, in December 2023. So with that acquisition, we both doubled our project portfolio and the headcount in Finland. Poland, super interesting market due to its size, to its population, and to its large dependency on coal-based electricity production, and their decision to phase out coal mines by 2049. And now also led by a more renewable-friendly and more EU-friendly government. So we see great potential in Poland for the coming years. And finally, US, we have like the 20% of our portfolio there. We've been in the market since 2015. We have developed and constructed one wind project, a repowering project, and developed and sold one battery storage in Los Angeles, CALD. And we have now under construction also POEM, a standalone battery storage project of 100 megawatt in San Diego, where battery systems will be delivered here during the summer, and we expect to sell that project also during the summer and to have it in operation by the end of the year. We also have several interesting projects going forward, but I want to highlight also the Centennial Flats project. It's a 500 megawatt PV and around 250 megawatt battery. We've sold it. We will be paid by milestones depending on the progress of the project, and we've so far received 40% of the expected revenues, so we have still 60% to collect from that large project. So we expect significant revenues and results from that project for the coming years. And just look at these pictures. They are the repowering project from Windwall. We replaced 400 of these old turbines built in the mid-80s. We could reuse the power lines, the transformer stations, just renovate them a bit and replace it all with 13 new modern wind turbines. And these 13 turbines, which almost have the same capacity as the old ones, they are producing 4 times more electricity than what all the 400 old ones did. So that's why wind electricity can be so cost efficient. So we see expansion in all markets. We see good interest to invest in projects, in pipelines, in operating assets. Of course, interest rates, cost increases have affected the markets, but we see now interest rates, for instance, stabilizing and not normalizing, I would say. We have a high quality and diversified project portfolio and a skilled organization to and a financial sound company here to take advantage of the opportunities in the market. Thank you all.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. We have a few minutes left, so I think I can get in a few questions. You have a very interesting project mix in your portfolio. How do you think it will look in 3 to 5 years?
I think we will have less offshore wind due to we need to partner up. It would be unbalanced to spend so much resources as are needed for final development and construction of those projects. I think we will be in 1 or 2 more markets. We have a lot to do in the markets where we are present. For instance, in the US, we're a very small player, but it is important for us to balance the political risk and therefore to be in some more markets.
Yes. And as you know, renewables are encountering some lengthy permitting processes at the moment. Do you think these will ease in the future, or what's your view on this?
It has to, if we are to meet the targets both on national level and international level. It's not wise to make projects more expensive than needed due to unclear political situation or unclear guidance. Both since developers will be hesitant to do things at risk in parallel. So you will do things in sequence instead, and then it takes even longer time. And I think Sweden is country number 27 when it comes to in EU now when it comes to permitting lead time. So we're really in the bottom.
Oh, and thank you. Thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thanks.
Yes. A quick one, maybe.
Given your business model as a developer, is there any way that you can mitigate the volatility in earnings?
We can do it to some extent. We could sell earlier. We could we could also hold on to assets, but it is an idea to always try to maximize the value in relation to risk for all projects, and then it will be a very volatile. However, whatever we do, I would say that it's not super easy. It's so few objects and so large values in each of them.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the ABG Investor Days. Today I have the pleasure to host the CEO of Cereno Scientific, Sten Sørensen. The stage is yours, Sten.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here and to share with you the progress that we are doing with Cereno Scientific. We have this vision that we would very much like to transform treatment with pharmaceuticals for patients with rare and common cardiovascular diseases. And we believe we are pioneers in what we're doing. And I will share with you our progress, which we are very excited about. We just released our Q1 today, and you can read more in that if you're interested. So first, take a look at this picture. It's a woman. She's with her granddaughter, probably. And women are the people most affected by the rare disease of our lead project, pulmonary arterial hypertension. Life expectancy is 7.5 years mean after diagnosis. So it's a very terrible disease, has a fast progression, and it ends with death after 7 years. The current treatments are only dilating vessels. We believe we have something that will transform treatment by remodeling the vessels to the pulmonary artery. And for this person then to be able to live a better quality of life and a longer life and enjoy it. But let's go into a broader picture of Cereno, founded in 2012, based in Gothenburg, office also at Kendall Square in Boston. We have our major research programs going on in the US. We have worked together with Abbott. We have a collaboration with University of Michigan. And we collaborate with 10 institutions or hospitals for our lead project, the phase 2 trial with CS1. We have 3 programs, 2 HDAC inhibitor programs, and we believe we can untap the potential of that epigenetic modulation capacity which these programs have for cardiovascular disease, rare and common cardiovascular diseases. So we actually have invested and are pursuing a second program to our lead program, and that program is called CS014, and it is soon to enter human trials. We just submitted our file to the Swedish CTA for review and hopefully approval, and then we'll start our phase 1 trial in Q2 here shortly. Our third program is an IP receptor agonist that we have in-licensed from University of Michigan. And I'll tell you more in detail about these projects. We are listed on NASDAQ. We uplisted last summer, and we have had a fairly good development of the company and a share price currently around 1 billion Swedish. We had an Edison report coming out couple of months back, valuing the company to 2.3 billion pre-top-line data for CS1 and pre-clinical phase 1 trial for the second program. So let's see. So these are the 3 programs. CS1 for pulmonary arterial hypertension is a reformulated drug, a repurposing into different indication. It's been in man for 60 years, this molecule, but we are pursuing it into this terrible disease, PAH. And we have reformulated an administration form, which is patented in 3 patent families. And we also have orphan drug designation protection in the US. So we are targeting Q3 for a phase 2 program with that compound. CS014, as I mentioned, we have submitted the IND to CTA, and we expect to start phase 1. And that drug is targeting thrombosis prevention without risk of bleeding, a major problem in that field. The third program is in preclinical and will be so for a couple more years. We haven't chosen indication for CS585. This is our very extinguished scientific advisory board. I have worked with several of these people before in my life, starting survival trials with new paradigm-shifting therapies, improving survivals with plus 30% in heart failure, 2 different trials, RALS and MERIT-HF. Dr. Pitt, to the left here, received the gold medal for lifetime achievement at European Society of Cardiology Congress last year in Amsterdam. Now, Deepak Bath is head of Mount Sinai, 8 hospitals in Manhattan. He sits on the board of Bristol Myers Squibb's major pharma. Gunnar used to be head of all clinical research worldwide for AstraZeneca. So we have a very good expertise in our scientific board. And when we connected with this scientific advisory board, they guided us to look broad for all the publications that has been published around HDAC inhibition with this molecule, VPA, which is in our first program. And we actually published 100 of the most important articles in the famous, high-esteemed peer journal, The Lancet, in 2021. So if you're interested, you could read more about it there. But what's so intriguing here is that in those publications that already is out there are many proof of concept studies that have documented pulmonary pressure reduction, also systemic reduction of pressure, reverse remodeling of heart and vessels, so going back to more normal, anti-fibrotic capacity and anti-inflammatory capacity, inflammation, which is the base of many origins of cardiovascular disease and other diseases. It's also documented, and we have ourselves documented, the capacity to prevent thrombosis, the major killer on the planet for humans, without increasing the risk of bleed. So these characteristics are embedded in HDAC inhibition with VPA, and we believe so also with our second project, CSO14, and that's why we're pursuing 2 projects here. Back to pulmonary arterial hypertension, as I said, it's a very bad disease, mostly females, and all the drugs there are dilators. They do not remodel the vessels and attack the origin of the disease. Maybe with one exception, I'll mention that later. So what happens? Well, the vessels, which normally are to the left here, has a certain volume, and the blood can flow from the right heart to the lungs, and the blood gets oxygenated, goes back to the left side, and is pumped out to the rest of the body. But what happens in this disease is that the vessel, the pulmonary artery, gets very narrow, and if it gets narrow, the pressure goes up. The right heart will have to pump against that pressure, and in turn, hypertrophies, grows, and eventually fails. So current therapies are, as you can see from the arrow here, trying to dilate this pulmonary vessel so there is more room to pump through the blood to the lungs. But that is only a temporary relief for these patients, and that's why, although the life expectancy has been improved from 2.5 to 7 years with those therapies, you're not really addressing the underlying cause, which is inflammation, fibrosis, hypertrophy of the vessel, and the heart. So that's what you'd like to do, and that's what we are aiming for with our CS1, the HDAC inhibitor, and the epigenetic modulation capacity which it has. So we have documentation that we address all of these factors, and the thrombotic events. We know that many of these patients also get thrombosis, microthrombosis in the vessels, and that is also a capacity that we have documented with CS1. So it looks to be really almost a perfect drug for these patients. And epigenetic modulation it's not genetic therapy where you cut in the DNA. You are impacting the production of the life-important proteins that the DNA is the map for. And that's why it's called epigenetic, outside of the genes, epigenetic modulation. So what do we have? We have a drug that has 3 patent families until 38 with extension possibilities. It's protected for 7 years after market approval in the US. We will embark on the European ODD. We have a proven safety and tolerance in the other disease for plus 50 years, prevention of epilepsy in both children and elderly. And it's in phase 2. There are some very exciting things that have happened over the last 9 months in our program with this, which is in phase 2. And you know phase 2 is safety and tolerance, and to some extent also finding out indications of efficacy. This is our principal investigator for the phase 2 trial, Dr. Raymond Benza. He's just a half a year ago hired to run this disease program at Mount Sinai for Deepak Bath and the 8 hospitals on Manhattan. So his opinion and ours is that you will, by adding this drug on top of standard therapy, will be able to remodel and restore both the vessels and to some extent the heart's function so the patients can live better and longer. The study is pursued over 12 weeks, and we are utilizing in this study Abbott's technology, which is an implantable device. You're putting it into the pulmonary artery, and we can measure the pressure in the artery and actually the heart's several functions of the heart whenever we want. And we're actually measuring, so it's without wires and without battery. It's just transported the technology to the doctor's computer. The patient only has to rest on a bed on top of a small plate. So we get 2,000 measurements out of each patient over 12 weeks, rather than a couple of measurements in the beginning of a trial and a couple of measurements at the end. So we think that is fantastic. We have 3 dosages. The low dose here is the lowest dose, which we used in our phase 1 trial that lowered pi in that trial and was safe and tolerated well. The mid dose is the double dose of that, and that was actually effective then in proof of concept in rats in PH. And the third dose is double of that. One should remember that the highest dose here is less than half of the highest dose for epilepsy, which is an asymptomatic disease and where it's used for prevention. And the lowest dose here is 1/10 of what's used in epilepsy. So we are utilizing low dosages for these patients. We're measuring a number of parameters in this study. And we are measuring how the patients feel, tolerance and safety. And we're measuring a number of efficacy parameters, the traditional 6-minute walk distance. We're measuring the heart's function. We're measuring structure, echocardiography, and MRI. And we're measuring biomarkers. In addition, we have a tool here which the physicians used daily in practice, which is called validated risk score. It's 10 different parameters, and by noting how well the patients do on those, you can actually predict both quality of life improvements and prognosis for the patients. So it will be very interesting to see what we are able to show with our drug on top of standard therapy. Now, what happened last 6 to 9 months has intrigued us and the physicians, our principal investigator, the scientific advisory board, but also those who are part of our study here, and Abbott. In June, one of the first investigators, first patient, she reported back, the investigator, that she had a patient that was so remarkably improved that she wanted to submit an abstract to American Heart Association. We got the information, agreed to pull it out, and what was seen was actually she was in New York Heart Classification 2, which you feel very bad as a patient. You're hard to breathe, hard to walk, etc. She got our drug on top of standard therapy, maximum therapy, 3 drugs, and she'd been diagnosed 3 years earlier, so she had probably around 4 years to live. She got our drug. After 12 weeks, her cardiac function was normalized, her pulmonary pressure was normalized, her pulmonary vascular resistance was reduced by 44%, and she was moved from New York Heart Classification 2 to 1, which means she was basically not feeling her disease anymore. So that was remarkable. And we decided then with Abbott and with the study coordinators that we wanted to pull out information mid-time in the study, which we did. And we communicated this on 13th of October to you, the shareholders. And what we found there, we only looked at cardiomems blindly, so pressure measurements. And we saw that 60% of the patients that we looked at had a clinically significant reduction of pulmonary pressure. Some had better reduction than the first patient case that I just mentioned. So that gave us some more confidence and excitement. And then in November, another investigator contacted us and said, you know, I don't want to let go of your drug. The patient is done with the trial, but the patient wants to keep the drug. I want to keep the drug. Can you please pursue compassionate use? So we did that with FDA, and we got that approved on January 30th. And then we asked the investigators, how many patients do you think would like to have the drug and where you would also like to continue to use it, despite that we are maybe 3 to 5 years from market? And we got back 2/3 of the patient. That was the estimate. We think maybe a half of the patients will be on long-term use. And I'll tell you a little more what that means. So compassionate use is actually something that when the physician deems that it's worth continuing to use a drug, even though it's not approved, that's the criteria. And that's also the criteria when FDA accepts that you do that. So, yeah. So what actually happens when the company pursue compassionate use or expanded access, is the name in US. You pursue a protocol. So a protocol was approved by FDA, suggested by us and approved. So now the physician and the patient is going into another trial, actually continuing from the first trial, 003, to 004. And here you can see we will measure many things over this period. And it will be minimum 1 year per patient, maybe 2 years, we'll see. And you can compare that to the 12 weeks only we have in the trial. So we will have a very good opportunity to look at many things here. Now, quickly compared to the recently approved sotatercept, which Merck bought for $7 billion a couple of years ago. We look very similar in preclinical work. So sotatercept, Merck claims to have remodeling capacity, not really approved as such, but has been approved based on improvement for the patients. And we look very similar, use patent, impact on remodeling in preclinical work. But when you look at the side effect profile, there has come some interesting things around sotatercept with bleedings, in gastrointestinal bleedings, hemorrhage in the brain, immune reactions to the drug, and it's an injectable every 3rd week. Compare that to a drug that's oral, which is ours is going to be, and that's been in man for 50, 60 years. So we believe that we'll be quite a strong contender when we get to the market, even compared to this drug that is forecasted to 3 to 9 billion peak sales. Now, so back again, so this is the drug that we are pursuing. I'll leave CS1 there because I know I have 6 minutes left, and move on to our next program, and that's CS014. So this is a modified VPA. This is a modified of the first molecule. We have deuterized. We've taken away 2 hydrogens from this VPA molecule and pursuing that into CS014. We've gone through 5 years development program of this, and I think between 2,000 and 2,500 pages were submitted to the Swedish MPA for approval to go into man a little more than a month ago. And we believe we'll get acceptance to go into man and be able to start in June. We have contracted a CRO in Uppsala, which we've worked with before. So we'll hit the ground running, we hope, here in Q2, and aim to get that done within a year. Now, that is being developed for thrombosis. So we have thrombosis prevention data with CS014 without increasing bleeding. Bleeding is experienced by 60% of the patients who get these drugs that are on the market. All of the drugs on the market cause bleeding, and they can't be combined. And this is the major killer of man on the planet. So you'd like to have something that doesn't cause a deadly bleeding. 3 out of 100 die of bleeding because of the therapies. So this is how it can look like if you don't die. And so a new strategy is needed here, and we believe that we have that with HDAC inhibition. We are improving the endogenic defense mechanism against thrombosis, and I don't have time to go into it today, but it looks very promising, and we're doing that without causing bleed. Here you can see mice where you create actually a thrombosis by laser hurting a vessel, and if you have CS014 in advance, you see on the lower row here that you don't get thrombosis, and that's the green and the red, and we actually impact both platelets and fibrin, the glue for thrombosis. So it's very exciting. And moving on to the next and the third program, and that's CS585. So that was invented by Mike Hollenstadt at University of Michigan. We have taken and agreed on full commercial and development rights, and we are pursuing that. And that research was published in Blood, which is the premier peer-reviewed journal of blood diseases, including thrombosis, in the world. They covered it. It was published in the fall. They produced their own editorial and a podcast because they think it's so exciting that there is a new target to address thrombosis prevention with IP receptor agonists. So this is how we look at our portfolio. We think that we have a very interesting pulmonary arterial hypertension program in CS1 with epigenetic modulation. And you've seen some of the data that we have gotten a glimpse on. So in Q3, which we are holding firm to deliver the top-line data, we'll be able to share more information and see it ourselves. We believe we have a portfolio of HDAC inhibition because we have 2 programs. And CS014 actually got patent in the UK earlier this year. So very happy about that. And then we believe we have a thrombosis prevention portfolio in CS585 and CS014. And of course, if you are developing a biotech, it's good to have a portfolio. And then what do you do with that? Well, you can pursue it to market if you want to, if that's your strategy, especially for orphan diseases. But most likely and most common is that you do a deal with big pharma. Either they buy an asset or you do a co-development or licensing deal, which you see done most often. And then, of course, the company can get bought, and that happens also. So we'll see what happens with Cereno. We are pursuing both partnering and financing in parallel tracks, as always is done. Here are the upcoming milestones. So phase 2 data in Q3. Before that, hopefully acceptance of CS014 going into man. And then we will have discussions with FDA about doing a pivotal trial for CS1, and then to be able to get that approved. And we are preparing over the next year for a phase 2 program for CS014. That concludes what I'd like to say.
Okay, nice. First of all, thank you very much for this very nice presentation. Just to introduce myself, my name is Alexander Kramer, and I'm a biopharma equity analyst here at ABG. Let's continue with the Q&A. And my first question relates, of course, to your lead program. And I would like to ask you if you could outline a little bit like how a potential path to approval could look like which preparations you need to do still this year, towards the end of this year, after you have to read out, and which things you will do in 2025, and like how a potential path to approval could look like, also in terms of the timeline to approval.
Yeah, thank you. So first, you do your readout, and actually, there are 2 steps in a readout. The first one is top line. So do you meet primary objectives? We have strong belief we will do that. There are no serious adverse reports which we would have to communicate if there were. So safety and tolerance, we believe, we're going to hit. And then it's a matter of how much efficacy can we get out of this trial. And we will do top line first, and then there will be a continuous analysis, and we'll bring the whole package to FDA and have preliminary discussions with FDA, and then more firm discussions and a proposal of a pivotal trial. Now, depending on what we see from an efficacy point of view, we believe we'll see several kinds of efficacy in this trial based on the characteristic of the drug. But depending on how that will look, and also how the various dosages will look from an efficacy point of view, we'll have those discussions. And that will determine how the study design would be, how large the trial would be, and what design. And another factor that will determine it is FDA's view on CardioMEMS as a tool for a pivotal trial. We don't know that at this point. But if you look back and benchmark to what has been done to get approval of the last drug in PH, which is sotatercept, they did a 300-patient study in 50 centers globally, and they did that and then followed by a open label extension over 18 months. The open label wasn't needed, but the first trial was needed, and that was a year. So we expect to hit market by 2029 with such a program. Now, if FDA would accept a smaller program based on new ways of thinking of CardioMEMS utilization, for instance, we might do a shorter program or a smaller program.
Okay, very interesting. In the sake of time, maybe just two very quick questions. One related to your CSO14 program. You said you're planning to start the phase 1 program. When do you expect to finish this program? That's the first question. And the second question is, could you comment a little bit on the financial runway of Cereno Scientific, and what do you expect, how long the financial runway will extend?
Sure. So, yeah, I know that our team is working on answering questions from the CTA at the moment. So that's part of that process. But hopefully they will be able to answer in a good way and acceptable way, and then we'll get the acceptance. In that case, the study will start in Q2, which is very soon. We haven't given actually timelines for when that study will be done. I can give you summer next year. So that's a general target. When it comes to runway, so in the Q1, which was released, I think we had next to 50 million in the bank, and we got that excluded the TO3, which was prescribed to 97%, I think. So that brought in close to 74 million. So that rounds up to, and then we have a loan that we haven't taken out yet with Nordisk Forme on 45 million. So if you add these three up, you have around 170 million. That will take us, depending on how we run our programs, will take us into Q1, middle Q1 next year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for coming today, Sten.
Thank you for your attention and interest.
And with that, I would like to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final presentation for today here at ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an analyst here at ABG. And with me now, I have yet another company that I cover, namely OrganoClick, and the company's CEO, Mårten Hellberg, here to present for us. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Henrik, for that introduction. Let's see if we can get some my images on the screen, maybe. Anyway, my name is Mårten Hellberg. I'm CEO and co-founder of OrganoClick. I've been with the company for the last 18 years since we started. I just want to start with, I always get so happy when I find our products out in reality. Here in the hotel, I found this premium napkin made by Duni. I can see that on the pattern on the napkin. You get a little bit interested in napkins when dealing with this. And this premium napkin is the first premium napkin in the world which is completely fossil-free and free from plastic polymers. And this is due to that we have replaced the plastic polymers, the plastic binders that bind the fibers together in this napkin with our bio-based and biodegradable binders. I will come back to that a little bit later. But starting off from this, this is really what it's all about in our company. We work with replacing hidden plastics and hazardous chemicals with bio-based solutions. And in this case, hidden plastics, you probably understand why we call it hidden plastics. No one knows that there are plastics in this type of products, except the nerds that have actually digged in to what is inside these products. And this is really what we are doing. We are replacing the plastics and the hazardous chemicals that no one really knows about. This is what we've done for the last 18 years since we founded the company, based on our two scientific co-founders' work within biomimicry. We founded a company together with two professors that have been doing research on natural chemistries for the last more than 25 years. They've been looking at what is the chemistry behind a tree becoming so strong, or why do some leaves become water repellent, or why do some trees burn less good than other trees? What are the natural molecules and natural polymers doing this? And with this, we have brought it out and set them into green chemical products and then applied them in different type of industrial settings and industrial solutions. So our technology, our core technology, we call it modification of cellulose. That is, we can click on organic molecules to the surface of the cellulose fibers in napkins like this, in wood, in textiles. And by clicking on different molecules, we can create now functions like water repellency, improved mechanical properties, grease resistance, rot resistance, and fire protection. Coming from this fundamental research and this fundamental technology, we have developed a number of products now within 3 different core areas. We have our bio-based binders for non-woven and specialty papers. There we are replacing plastic polymers. We have our waterproofing agents where we are treating textiles to create water-repellent textiles. And there we're replacing a chemical group called PFAS, or fluorocarbons, which today quite many people have heard of as they have been involved in poisoning or toxifying waters in the drinking water in Ronneby, in Uppsala, and so on. And that is the same type of molecules that have been used for textile impregnations historically. And this we are now replacing with our bio-based solutions. And finally, we are also replacing biocides and heavy metals in wood impregnation products with the natural mineral that we are attaching, which creates a physical barrier towards the rot fungus instead of being a poison. Today, 18 years later, we're a green chemical company listed at Nasdaq First North. We have our headquarter, production, and R&D up in Täby, in Arning Industriområde, if someone of you know about that. We are divided into 3 different business units: non-woven and fiber technologies, where we are supporting our customers with binders, for example. We have a consumer business area, which is called green coatings and maintenance products, where we are producing different type of consumer products like textile impregnations, and also different maintenance products for textiles and wood. And we have our functional wood segment, where we are replacing these biocides and heavy metals with different type of natural minerals. We have a production capacity up in Täby of 20,000 tons per year. We doubled that 1 year ago.
Come back to that later. We had revenue last year of 146 million Swedish crowns. We had a growth of just under 30% from 2022. And we are proud of having now being certified as a climate neutral company. That is, we're producing all our chemistries, all our products with renewable energy, and we almost have reduced all fossil energy and fossil raw materials in our production. Coming into our different markets that we're working on. First, if we look at the market for the binders for nonwovens, we are supporting their industrial customers, nonwoven producers that are producing materials for example, napkins, for wet wipes, hygiene products like diapers and feminine care products. And these are the big segments that we are focusing on today. There are also a lot of other segments that nonwovens are used for, but these are the three big that we are focusing on right now. Here, in many cases, the end customers are consumers, but also healthcare providers and other type of public sector can it also be. We're focusing right now on Europe and North America, and that is due to that 80% of our customers are 20 global companies producing nonwovens, and most of them have factories in both Europe and in the US. So every company has a lot of different factories, so we can grow a lot within a specific customer. The addressable market for this type of products, it's a niche market. It's worth about 2 to 3 billion SEK. This is the market that we are focusing on. Perfect size for us. It's not a super small market, it's not a super big market, so it doesn't attract so many other players that are interested in working in this market because it's too small for the big chemical giants, and it's quite difficult to get in on this market. The same can be said of the textile impregnation markets for consumers. Also niche market, worth about 1 billion SEK in Europe and the US, where we are focusing on. Here our customers are retailers within outdoor and sports sectors, so we are targeting these type of actors. We work with distributors in other geographical areas, but in Sweden we are targeting directly the outdoor and retail market. Consumers, again, is the end customer group, even though we are not selling directly to consumers. And finally, the functional wood area. That's the biggest addressable market that we are looking into. It's worth about 6 to 7 billion SEK. Here we are, as I mentioned, replacing biocides and different type of heavy metals with our natural minerals. Also focusing on Europe, and also we start to look at the US. And we have been switching our business model from producing the final wood to now targeting wood treatment companies. This is really a transition that we are working on right now, and something that we are focusing more and more on. And this is due to that we want to become a pure green chemical company. We have had to work with different business models in the past because just to get out the product and the technology on the market, but now we are switching into a business model where we are producing and supplying the chemistry to wood treatment companies. Coming from these markets, these product segments, and also what we have achieved now historically, we have set up a number of long-term goals for the company. We want to grow organically with 20-30% per year. This is a clear target for us that we believe that we can hold that for quite some time. We believe that we can reach a gross margin of 40%, and that includes all fixed costs related to production. So in our case, we have a lot of fixed costs, which we are now working on getting lower and lower in relation to the total cost for production, and that is, of course, a volume-based. This is really volume-based. When we go up in volume, the fixed cost will be a smaller part of the share. And we believe that we can then reach an EBIT margin of 20% in the long run. We are just now about getting break-even on an EBIT level, so this is also a really big milestone for us, which we'll come to later on. For our products, we have a clear goal of having 100% bio-based content in our products, and also 100% eco-labeled products. I'll come back to as well where we are right now. But this is really important because these are the reasons why our customers are buying products from us, that we can help them in replacing their fossil-based products with bio-based products.
Our strategy, which we set last year, we really focus on turning our business into profitable growth. This is what we will work on moving forward from now. As I mentioned, we have streamlined our business model now into becoming a pure green chemical company. Last year, we were out-licensing the production of biocomposites that we've had in the past. That is now out-licensed, and we are getting royalties from that production instead. Now we're working on moving our business model for the functional wood segment also. And finally, we are focusing on our growth initiatives within three segments. That is the binders in Europe and in the US, the textile impregnation for consumers in Europe mainly, followed by the US, and then the functional wood mainly in Europe at the moment. Looking at 2023 in numbers, as I mentioned, we had a growth rate just under 30% last year. Very strong growth for our bio-based binders within the nonwoven and fiber technology segment. We also had a solid growth of 10% for our consumer products, even in a very weak consumer market. Last year, the sport and outdoor goods market went straight down. It was really declining, the total market, but we still grow with 10%. So we are very happy about what growth we could achieve in this very difficult market. However, in the building sector, the building material index in Sweden went down with 25%. We didn't go down that much, but unfortunately, we lost some revenues, but it was an extremely weak market, but we were stronger than the overall market in Sweden. From the volume and also the product mix, we improved the gross margin a lot, as you can see, from 11.2% to 24%. And even with this growth, we actually reduced our fixed operating cost with 8 million crowns last year. And this was due to that we shifted the business model, that we out-licensed the production of biocomposite, but we also did some other things that improved our sales and also our internal work. So we're very happy about this performance, that we could achieve this growth even with a lower cost base. And that ended up in a quite big improvement in EBIT for the year, but in particular for the cash flow from operating activities, which improved from minus 21 million crowns in 2022 to 0.5 million crowns plus in 2023. Difference between EBIT and cash flow is, of course, that we have a lot of depreciation in our business. So we have done a lot of investments, which is now depreciation, and that creates a difference between cash flow and the operating result. Looking a little bit further, zooming out into 5-year performance, you can see that we've been growing every year for the last 5 years. A little bit different speed, different years. During the pandemic, we were affected quite a lot as we could not be out and sell to our customers. Our sales people were not allowed to visit customers, so that was very tricky for us. But we had very good growth last year. If you look at the gross profit and the gross margin, well, it also took quite a big step up in 2023 compared with 2022, where we were affected a lot by increasing raw material costs. It was a huge inflation for us on raw material cost in 2022 due to the pandemic, but also due to the Ukrainian war. And that was coming back to more normal levels in 2023. Operating expenses, it came down to the same level as we had between 2020 to 2021. So it's a good cost. I think we have a good cost structure right now. Finally, then the EBIT, of course, it became a lot positive from a very tricky years during the pandemic. The 2 years during the pandemic was very, very difficult for us in terms of many cases, but happy with the performance that we did last year. If you look into what happened for the nonwoven and fiber technology segment, that was the segment where we grew the most in 2023. We had a revenue growth of 332%. And this was the first full year with the deliveries to Duni for this type of products. They are, of course, now a big customer to us. You can read more about us in their annual report and also on their webpage. They write a lot about our collaborations that we have done together for many years now, now they are selling a lot of their products with our binders.
We also signed 2 new agreements with Finnish Sharpcell and American Glatfelter. They are also producing materials for tabletop products, but also for hygiene products and wet wipes and wipes products. So they are, Glatfelter in particular, they are the biggest company in the world producing this type of material within these segments. And we had 10 customer projects within what we call production test phase. That is like the last phase before they launch products. So beginning of this year, we have already announced 1 new customer coming out with products, but we've also said that we have 1 more customer that are now preparing to launch a new product. Looking at the 5-year sales performance for this segment, it's often you do prognosis where you show a hockey stick. It's not so often where you can actually say that it became a hockey stick. So pretty happy with actually showing the results that this became a hockey stick this time. Happy about what we did there last year, of course. Within our consumer brands business unit, green coatings and maintenance products, we had a growth of 10% last year. We did quite a few launches. We launched the world's first completely bio-based textile impregnation, something that the market was really happy about. We took a lot of new customers coming out from that we now stand out among all our competitors with a completely bio-based product. We expanded, we have a brand called BioClean, which is maintenance products for wood and for home and villa owners. They have expanded the Bio series or the Eco series, where we also supply bio-based and eco-label products. And we took the leading Dutch outdoor retailer, Bever. They have 70% of the Dutch outdoor market. They became our retailer in the Netherlands and are now 1 year later one of our biggest customers for Organotex. Also Dormy, the golf chain, is selling our products in all throughout Sweden, and that was the first step for us moving into the golf area. Looking at the 5-year performance here, you can see here that 2022, that was a down year for us, and that was due to the big decline in the DIY market. The building market went down really a lot in 2022. What happened in 2023 is that we still have a very big DIY and building market, but we had extremely good growth for Organotex. So Organotex have taken over as the big growth and revenue actor in the segment. Within functional wood, we had, as I mentioned, a very weak building market. So the sales went down, even though it went down less than the market in overall. And the whole building market in Europe has been very weak. What we did, and which we are very happy about, is that we launched a 2nd generation wood impregnation technology with both a simplified production, more even quality on the material, and also an improved durability. And this we are now selling and have been received very well by our customers. Unfortunately, 2023 was the first year ever within this segment where we had a decline in sales. We have been growing every year except that. Talking very shortly about our production and also what can generate a lot bigger gross profit from the scalability that we have. We have today a total production of 20,000 tons per year up in our factory, which we have invested in. Last year we produced 4,000 tons. We can multiply our production without having to add a lot of extra cost. This is really the economy of scale that we have in our business model. So we have built up this production capacity, and now we are working on filling it, of course. Shortly about our sustainability work as well. I mentioned about our goal of having 100% bio-based products and 100% eco-label products. If we look at the figures here now, we are up at 91% eco-label products in 2023, and we were up at 93% bio-based raw materials in 2023. So we are very close to reaching our goals within this area. Moving into 2024, in Q1, that was the 2nd Q1 in a row where we had a positive EBIT for the Organotex group. That we can say from a very, very strong growth within the consumer business, for Organotex in particular. But we took a lot of new agreements for Organotex in Q1. Bird och Outdoor Group with Jakt, Inte Jakt, Inte Fiske, Friluftsland, Denmark's leading outdoor retailer. Ace Adventure, Belgium's leading outdoor retailer. Sportler, which is Italy's leading outdoor retailer. And for BioClean, Bauhaus became a new retailer. So very good sell to new customers during the first quarter. However, we had a weak sales development for both the nonwoven and fiber technology business due to a weakening hotel and restaurant market. And here we are, of course, affected as this is selling to the restaurant business. And for the functional wood business as well, due to the weak building sector. But we had some interesting launches, like this coffee lid by Pulpak, one of our partners, where our binders are used to produce this coffee lid, which is, I think this can be quite interesting product moving forward. And we had some technical data, which is supporting our new generation organowood technology with excellent result from Malaysia and Denmark in 3-year field studies. Looking at then the financial performance, due to the weak building market and the weak hotel and restaurant market, we had a decline in sales, but due to these two segments going down. But for the consumer business, we had an extremely good sales growth. We had a growth of 38% within that segment. And that created so that we actually, due to the product mix, the gross margin even improved, even though we went down in volume. And that is due to that we have much better gross margins on our consumer products than we have on our industrial products. And even with the sales decline, we actually improved the EBIT, which I'm very happy about. And this is due to the fact that the product mix was very positive for us. And also the cash flow from operating activities improved a lot. Q1 is always a weak quarter for us as we then are moving into the summer season. We have to tie up capital in stock and also mainly in stock. But if you look at the running 12 months, we improved the cash flow from operating activities from -20 1 year ago to +5 million now. And this is what we're following, which is more interesting for us as we have very big differences between our different quarters. Moving into 2024, we're focusing a lot on our customer projects for the non-woven business. We want to move further up with more customers launching products. Working a lot on developing and improving our binders to be able to be more competitive within different segments. For the green coatings and maintenance business, well, we have a lot of new customers within Organotex that we now want to really get going. So we will focus a lot on educating all these customers to create more sales within them. And for BioClean, Bauhaus is a very important customer. It's the most important customer that we can find in the Scandinavian market. So here we will really focus on educating them as well. And for functional wood, we focus on export, Germany, and also license partners, which we are now targeting a lot. So with that said, thank you a lot for your interest, and I'm happy to answer some questions.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Morten. I have 2 quick questions here. First, on the gross margin target, 40%, you mentioned. It sounded like a lot of that was going to be driven by higher volumes. Is that basically it, or is there anything else that's incorporated into that target?
Looking at what we achieved now in Q1, we were at 29%, moving up from 26% in Q1 2023, even though with a lower volume. So, okay, now I say if we had the same volume as in 2023, then of course the gross margin had been even higher because then we had. But it's mainly due to volume, but also product mix. Right now we're selling about equal amount in all our 3 business units. They are almost equally big right now. And it's the consumer brands that we have the highest gross margins. So with higher sales within that segment, then we will also have higher gross margins.
All right. And secondly, you mentioned briefly that you're looking into changing the business model in the functional wood segment. Could you just dive into that a little bit and tell us what the goals are there and how it's going?
Yeah, historically, I mean, what we have built up within that segment is a close collaboration with Base Timber, which have been producing wood for us with our technology, but we have been selling the wood to end retailers and building companies. Now we want to
move this, so we start to sell the chemistry to the wood treatment companies instead, and they take over the distribution and keeping the stock and inventory and so on. So we today have to keep a lot of inventory and stock, which is just pure wood. Why we believe we can do it now is that the launch of this second generation wood impregnation technology, the technical performance that we have now published as well, which is really excellent in comparison with the traditional wood impregnation technologies and so on. So we believe we have now a product which is easy for wood treatment companies to incorporate into their existing production.
All right. Thank you very much for that. That's all we have time for. Thank you all for listening.